Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't.
If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5 Blighted Warden. In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side. So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay. I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10, rescue missions. Task your players with everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for the beginning of book 9 of the Isles of Iverion after a incredibly climactic session last Saturday. So let's not delay any further. Let's roll the intro and dive in.
I don't care. If I have to die, I am not spending another second under your control.
I don't believe that's you. I met the teacher at the mausoleum.
You met a lie!
I don't want to watch the people I love die and do nothing.
Because you can't tell me what my spirit tells me isn't true.
I'm a pretty good judge of character, so, just keep that in mind.
I suppose that's right. And we're back.
Cars for you. Okay.
So let's go ahead and dive in.
Sponsor us.
As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary as the Donjon Master. Instead, it's up to the players. This week on summary is Kayla. Kayla, take it away.
Yes, thank you to Gemma for sharing her lovely notes, because I forgot. All right, Book 8, Chapter 19, Duel of Fate.
I mean, not to interrupt, but is it Kayla? Because last session was the breaking stuff.
Yeah, we'll have Kayla read her summary because that summary's never been read, period, and then we'll have Ryan read his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gemma. Okay, Book 8, Chapter 19, Duel of Fates. I'm not going to read it like that. The session begins with Nalfian facing off with the phylactery of malice known as Dariel. Nalfian declares that to win the fight with true honor, that the two should dismiss their echoes. So they decide to face one-on-one, and the battle commences. During this duel, the Bansheen attack the rest of the party. Nalfian ends up winning the duel, but this only triggers a second phase where Dariel morphs into the aspect of time itself. The party battles on, Nalfian eventually slicing a black hole of time into Dariel's heart, exposing his heart, striking him down. Nalfian receives his blade, Chronosil, Blade of Eternal Echoes. Ooh. Before leaving this sanctum, Nalfian leaves behind his old rapier at the foot of the statue of Dariel, and then he proceeds to set the building aflame. The party then decides to rest within the mansion to recover. The next morning, Zevran gathers the party to talk about the wish that they are going to make. Zevran wants it to be Yorick's decision since it was gifted to him specifically. Zevran does not think it's fair to take this from Yorick and wants to know what Yorick would have wished for. Yorick tells the party that his wish was going to make sure that he was going to be okay when returning part of his soul back to Aventahala. Nalf is very much against this idea, but the conversation is tabled for another time. The party then travels to the Feywild to the Flameborn brothers. Nalf talks to the brothers specifically about Vexus being the one to get the party out of Nessus. Vexus is actually okay with this because he wants to give his brother a better life. Yorick splits off to go speak to the Tree of Elendara to make the wish. He first wants to know the truth about what will happen to him if he gives his part of his soul to Aventahala. It is revealed that that space can be filled with something else, perhaps with what Aventahala has of him, or maybe something of the Wild Hunt, or even something else. Yorick then makes the wish for Eurydice's ascension to no longer require a soul. Back in Meldamani, Lila, who has stayed behind as a tether, goes looking for books on the creator and the creation of the world. During her research, she finds that the gods act as a line of defense, so to speak, keeping something out. She also learns that the gods will on occasion choose successors. Bahamut was also said to be there in the beginning, a dragon born from flame, this golden flame ripping apart and bringing light into the universe. There are parallels to Nabir Tarman. And as she is reading, the book is sliced in half. Lila is then captured in a forced cage by Emeril. He takes her hostage to Nessus. The party returns to find a letter to discover Lila's capture. They spring into action. Cue Ryan.
Yeah, go for it.
Right after that, but meanwhile, as the Wanderers headed to Akai, the Forerunners prepared for a final battle in Hell, and the Wardens of Afera tracked down Dark Imp. All three parties coalesced in the same location, somehow adjacent to one another despite being on three separate planes of existence. Emerald, having captured both Carasola and Lila to lure the others there, was preparing the Forsaken Ritual, a process that would restore all the 13 Forsaken back to life even stronger than before. He furiously explained to the parties what his goal had been all along. He wasn't just associated with the Creator, he was in fact the Creator. In every other reality he had made, the planes had fallen to darkness, and he was ready to let the same fate fall to this one. The Dark One that they had been fighting all along was not a separate entity, but rather an amalgamation of dark energy from all other doomed realities, begging this reality to join it as well. Should they fail today, everything would be consumed once and for all, and his failed creations could finally be brought to an end. But the parties, even knowing that they were about to fight the Creator himself, refused to back down. And so the battle began, on three planes at once. The Forerunners fought to keep Glacia, daughter of Osmodeus, from claiming the throne of Hell, as Ahriman the Forsaken, a mummy lord and master wizard, aided her. The Wanderers fought to keep Draven Hunt from claiming the throne of Akai and accessing the vaults as Laura Khan, a Forsaken Giant, and his Acid Dragon steed aided him. And the Wardens fought to stop Emerald from completing the ritual and bringing ruin to everything they'd ever known. All of them were aided by allies they'd come to trust of themselves. Sultana, Suna, and Zevran. For some time, the brutal fight was going in the party's favor. Draven's ritual to ascend the throne was broken, then Glacia's, and finally Emerald's. But it was at this moment when Emerald, finally broken out of his concentration, started to fight back. Things quickly took a turn for the worse as the Maker of Magic himself hit them with unparalleled feats of mastery. Sultana, Warden of Afera Torin, and Zevran were all killed before the party could do anything to prevent it. Meanwhile, Draven, Lorikhan, and his dragon were defeated, and Glacia, abandoned by Ahriman in a critical moment, gave up her fight for the throne and decided to help, for reasons not fully known yet. Eventually, after nearly everyone else in the team had a near-death experience, it was Twig of the Forerunners who landed the final blows, 2 perfect bolts right into Emerald's skull. As the creator lay dying, the team took a chance to have final words and deliver final blows. He finally faded away, all 3 rituals stopped for good, and the darkness at bay for now. However, Ahriman survived the fight and seemed to get away, and many questions still remained about what to do now, how to proceed in their final fight to save Illica now that the creator himself was dead. Perhaps Emerald's simulacrum, or the good Emerald, that many of them had known before, was still out there and would have some sort of answer or idea of what to do. But before they could plan anything together, the 3 planes of existence returned to their proper place again, and the parties were left to wrap up their business separately. Thank you, Mark.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Exactly correct. And is right where we're going to go ahead and pick up. All of you having finally come back to Nessus. You can see that the magma and lava, they boil, like popping, and you can feel the ground underneath your feet beginning to rumble. An earthquake is almost here. And all of you can see that standing at the precipice of this throne is Glacia, and you can see she takes one final look at the throne. And does anybody say anything as you can all see her look towards the throne and look towards the Rod of Rulership? Does anybody say anything?
Yorick is going to dump his remaining 30 lay on hands into himself to heal himself up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to say, don't even think about it.
You see her exhale. And at that point, you see Vexus and Arathor coming through the halls. You can see a collection of devil soldiers loyal to Mephistopheles flanking them as they run in at this point, and Glacia looks down to you, Yorick, and says, I think for the first time I've realized I don't want that. But all of you need to get out of here. Before... And there's this lurch to the entire room. These torrents of flame begin to shoot up from the pools of magma and around the throne itself. And all of you can see the Rod of Rulership beginning to crack in various different areas. You can see the mural above you shifting in this constant array of blue and gold and red and black as Eurydice and Osmodeus fight against each other. The stained glass mural come to life as you see something similar to that above you. So as Glacia says that, Vexus and Arathor come to all of you. You can see Vexus not even asking. He literally just begins casting the spell, which just takes a few moments of time. But as Glacia says that to you, Yorick, what do you say in response?
Well, because they're... Sorry, I know we had a whole plan, but it's been a while. Where are they teleporting us to exactly? What was the kind of the escape plan? Are we just going back up to Layer 8? Are we going to the material plane? Like, where are we going?
Vexus would go, I don't think we talked about this. Where do all of you want to go? I kind of need to know now.
God.
Alamir, right?
I mean, are we happy to go back to the material? I guess we have no business here, but...
I mean,
The thing, I thought we still had to do that ascension spell, right?
Well,
That's
no,
what
because
everyone's
it
gonna
doesn't
do?
require the soul anymore, right?
I thought there still needed to be a spell, though. Is that not the case?
That's not the case, no.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
So,
Because of the wish.
Yeah. So essentially, if we leave now, we're just assuming that Eurydice wins?
We have to trust her to win. Like, that's not anything
Right.
we can really
Yeah, we
interfere
can't do
with,
anything
right?
for her right now.
For sure. I'm just saying that's like the thought. Like, we just...
Yeah, Vexus
put
just
that
needs...
trust down.
Yeah, he just needs to know now because the spell takes like 6 to 12 seconds to cast anyway.
I mean, if we go to Ptolemyr but decide we need to go somewhere else, Lila can take us there.
Yeah, let's go there.
Ptolemyr. Okay, all right, Ptolemyr.
Wait. Okay, sorry, Joe. It's been a while.
Just spurt of
Wasn't
flame
the
behind
tar-
Yorick.
Well, this is Ryan asking a Joe a question. Wasn't Aventos Hollow's soul somewhere down here? Like that last fragment they needed was somewhere in the palace?
It is somewhere in the palace, yeah.
Somewhere nearby, by chance?
Under this rock.
Like, on that pedestal, right
Can
over
Yorick
there.
feel it with like his part of her soul? You know, tries to like magnetize
Divine
it together.
sense?
Okay. Yorick. You have charges of divine sense left, right? Because I don't think
haven't
you used
any.
any during the fight. All right. In
I
this
kinda know
moment,
we're surrounded by fiends.
you you channel all of your charges of lay on hands to cause this like echo, this extended aura, searching and feeling everywhere, not for fiends, demons, devils, undead, but searching for one particular soul, one that you are tethered to. And Yorick, you can feel it. You can feel something connected to it near the throne.
Like where Glacia is, or a separate spot near the throne?
Glacia is not near the throne anymore. She is, so if I move you guys back to the Forsaken Ritual map, you guys are all down here at the bottom. So down here. And you can feel it up by the throne where the Rod of Rulership is.
Okay. York just goes 20 seconds and he just books it. He just runs there.
Okay. All right.
He's dashing, one might say.
Of course. Yeah. So Yorick, you just begin to move as fast as you possibly can across this bridge. You can hear chains begin
running
to snap and break. The bridge lurches and moves. It begins to crack in different places, falling, sinking into the lava in places. But you make it to the edge of the throne, and you can see there at the very at the bottom of the throne, next to the steps, you can see this like moss-covered stone that has these like arcane ancient runes scrawled onto the bottom of it. And you can see there is this one bastion of life in this place.
All right. And Glacia was back down where we are, or is she still kind of nearish the throne?
No, she has always been near the back end towards you. She never made any steps closer to the throne until...
She just looked at it. Got
yeah,
it.
she looked at it, yeah.
Okay, Leor just scoops that up. Hope that's right. And just runs back.
Okay, alrighty. So you scoop that up. As soon as you turn to like run back, there is this giant spurt of lava and volcanic rock that shoots up in front of you and splashes towards the throne. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, yay. York's specialty. Oh, well, that was pretty good. Yeah, 25.
25. Alrighty, Yorick. The lava, as it splashes on you, you're able to sort of hold the armor up in places infused with this hellish symbiote, only taking half damage. So you will take, that would be 32 points of fire damage halved to 16 points of fire damage.
Does it go down to 8 because I'm a tiefling, or did you already reduce that?
That's already reduced. It was 64, 32, 16.
Okay. You can't blame the guy for asking.
No, especially after what York just went through. So
yourself up a little bit.
The lava splashes down towards you, and all of you can see as Yorick runs, the rest of the bridge begins to collapse and fall. There's now no more path for Yorick back across, and you can see Vexus is just at the end of casting a spell. All of you can see Glacia fly towards the throne, and she lands next to Yorick, and you can see there is another moment where she looks to you and reaches her hand out, but now is 15 feet away from the rod. As she holds her hand out to you, but looks towards the rod one last time.
I think he immediately just like grips her hand to try to get her to like focus back on, and he's just like, "Let's get out of here."
Yeah, and with that, she snaps back to you, and there is this slight moment of hesitation, but in that moment, she grabs you. You fly back towards the rest of the party. As Vexus finishes casting his spell, all of you can see the battle between Eurydice and Asmodeus reach its crescendo. You can see it reach its climax. You can see the dancing threads of light and fire from Eurydice, and fire and shadow and ash from Asmodeus, the stained glass shimmering and shifting with each blow and counter blow from each one of them, mimicking the fight that they had above Wheat Hill. And you can feel the intensity of the struggle. Bits of the stained glass begin to crack in places as fire and like raw globs of arcane energy begin to fall from the ceiling. You all can hear Asmodeus' voice boom through the room as he says, "You will never take that throne from me!" You can see his entire form glowing with this fierce, hellish light, but dim, much dimmer than it was outside in Wheat Hill. Either he's weakened, or some of the divinity gifted to him, now that the gods are dead, he doesn't possess as strongly. You can see Eurydice in this one final moment, resolute, unwavering. Her voice calm as she responds, "You never deserved it in the first place." And with one final thrust of her spear of glass, this devastating strike, it pierces through Asmodeus's form. The mosaic around him shatters and breaks, his essence dispersing into the void and those shards of glass falling into the lava. You can see the throne begin to glow. And you can see the runes around it begin to get superheated, and the rod of rulership itself begins to crack in various places. And you all can feel this plane, Nessus, begin to break and shatter. It feels like it is unraveling almost. The fabric of this realm that has so long belonged to Asmodeus is breaking. And in that moment, all of you feel this cataclysmic pull on your souls. As for just this brief moment, there is a demand of payment of a soul. But as soon as that sensation is there, it's gone. A cool mist of mint and evergreen rolls through the room. It's soothing. It's refreshing. And in that moment, you hear Eurydice let out a pained scream as she is pulled from the glass. Chains wrap around her and tie her to the throne as she lets out this horrendous cry of pain. You can see all around her body and form any of the exposed skin, and burning through some of the clothes, chains burn into her form. A mark being tied to this infernal place. With that, Nessus begins to crumble even more, and you see as she claims the throne, or as the throne claims her, the rod of rulership behind her shatters and breaks. Thousands of shards disperse into the air and sink into the hellish lava in this room. You can see Vexus finishes casting the spell. A portal opens on the ground, but it's weak. It's wavering. And Vexus says, "We need to go now!" And with that, he'll pull Erythor in, and all of you will step in and vanish away. All right. So, the sound of lava and magma of hell fades away as you all emerge within Talamir. The first thing you hear is the sound of nature. So refreshing, and not one twisted by shadow, but birds chirping, bees buzzing, a wind caressing the trees. Peaceful, truthfully. As you feel the grace of not just Talamir, but of the material plane greet all of you once more. And you can see you are not but a stone's throw away from Oak Cairn Keep, the place where you fought Morchella many months ago. And this is what you see. Most of the keep is still ruined, but you can see reconstruction has begun in places. But the keep itself is still overgrown. But the nature is no longer maligned or evil. It is pure, clean. But you can see, as all of you appear, all of you stand there. And so does Glacia. She left with all of you. You can see Vexus and Erythor, they look to each other, and Erythor sort of grabs Vexus by the shoulders and says, "You're still here, right? Right, you're still here, right?" And Vexus kind of grabs himself. I am! Oh my fucking gods, I am! I thought I was gonna die! Oh. I fucking got you, I did! You can see Erythor punches Vexus as Vexus kind of falls down to the ground. It's a good thing you'll recover from that. Oh, I deserve that. Yeah. And he kind of stands up. And you can see the two of them. Vexus looks to all of you, and Erythor looks towards all of you. And they look to Glacia. Well, we will let all of you get to that. Yeah, and the two of like Vexus just kind of looks around, never been here before, and he's just gonna kind of.
Nalfian would kind of looking to Twig and then back over to them. Nalf would just say, I'm sure if you just head over there and ask around a bit, someone can give you your bearings and maybe even a place to stay for the night."
Of course, thank you so much. Yes, Yorick?
This is wrong.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're out of the hells. Does their contract still need to be destroyed to kind of ensure their safety?
As of
we have it, and we can blow it up real quick.
Yeah, as of right now, yes. In order for Lady Sariel to have no claim over them anymore, the contract does need to be would need to be destroyed.
All right. I mean, we should do that right now, right?
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Wasn't there a condition to it? Like, I don't remember,
we
but
can't just blow it up.
Yeah.
It's not
I feel like
really a
that's just
condition.
downtime stuff to break it properly.
I thought with Eurydice stepping into power, there would be some circumventing, but I could be very wrong.
I'm not seeing any consequence for someone destroying the contract.
I just remember there was a reason we didn't do it right then
Immediately,
and there. We got
yeah.
in the hells, you know.
Well, I remember Vexus. He wanted us to get Arathor out, but he wasn't worried about himself. He wanted to keep the powers, so that's why he didn't want the contract destroyed.
Oh. Is it that he loses all of his powers if they do destroy it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why we didn't do that. Well, is he cool with us destroying it now? Like, he's out, so.
Yeah, I suppose as they exit, you can see he still has the magic is still present on him. He kind of stops and he whispers something to Arathor, and Arathor nods and he kind of looks back to all of you. By the way, the contract. Hopefully from this point on, if you all need to go somewhere via teleportation, you can handle that, right?
Yeah. You've done enough.
And honestly, I might regret it, but for right now, I'm okay with never having to cast another spell ever again.
All right. York, it just takes would just like a level 1 smite do it? I remember it just took like a strong burst of radiant energy.
Yeah, a level 1 smite would be good enough, yeah.
Cool. Then yeah, York will take it. He'll lay it out on the ground and just level 1 smite and just drop the glaive onto it to destroy it.
Yeah, you can see Glacia winces at the radiant energy and the destruction of a contract, but Vexus and Arathor, with the contract being destroyed, the physical copy being destroyed, you can see the magic begin to drain from them. They both don't age at all. They don't change in physical form, but all of you have been around magical individuals enough to be able to recognize it. And when it leaves someone, there's a bit of color that leaves Vexus's skin. More of a dull red, muted, more so than the bright, vibrant it once was. And Arathor, one of his gifts from Lady Sariel was blind sight. And you can see a sort of aimlessness to a degree sort of enter his form as he loses that blind sight. Which he'll recover. It's not impossible, but it is a bit of a shock to his system, being able to have had some form of vision and now to have none. But him and Arathor and Vexus, the two of them look to all of you and smile and nod, because above all else, you can see the weight lifted off of them. The loss of magic, sure, but the freedom they now have to go where they want and to be who they want to be. There's probably more they'll want to say to you, but you all seem to have your plate full right now. So they head towards the keep, looking for someone who will hopefully be friendly and not assume that they're squatters. All right. So they leave all of you behind. As Glacia, you can see the wings tuck into her skin a bit, melding as opposed to sort of folding in. As she just sort of sits down, her form begins to shrink a bit also, mimicking that of a normal humanoid. She was quite a bit larger in the fight, taking on her true archdevil form, but it shrinks to be her humanoid form that you saw on the River Styx, Yorick, as she sits down and looks up to all of you, defeated. I mean, Glacia didn't suffer too many damages, but she's wounded, same as all of you, especially after the meteor swarm. And she looks to all of you.
and you can see a lack of purpose in her eyes. So, what's to become of me then? I'm here now. I feel no urge to fight anymore. I'm in this forsaken place, looking to the nature around her.
Can you guys give us a minute?
Yeah.
I'll catch up.
Right. Now Fian looks to the two of them and he'll walk away.
I mean, yeah, Lila would follow.
Yorick will take a seat. And he'll set the glaive down, just kind of rubbing his face for a second. So how does it feel? I mean, witnessing a miracle for the first time.
Painful. But, I suppose in a, relieving sort of way.
No, I know what you mean. It sucks looking back, realizing that things could have been better, and what got in the way was yourself. I remember when I realized that. Not a good day. The days that came after were pretty good, though.
Bold of you to assume I will have days after this one.
What makes you say that?
Even if you decide to spare me in a moment of benevolence and kindness, those that were loyal to me, I'm sure, will be dethroned and slaughtered. And then those that are left have no love or fear for me. It might not be tomorrow or the day after, but eventually it will become a great prize to hunt down the last of the line of Asmodeus.
Unless they already think you're dead. I mean, you tried to claim the throne. They're gonna realize that that didn't pan out. They're not gonna think you escaped. No offense, you come across as a little prideful. You kind of stick to your guns.
Her eyes narrow. She doesn't say anything because she knows it's true. Your passive insight tells you that, but...
He just kind of shrugs like, I was there that day at Dis. Don't tell me you're not. I think history might decide that this was the day you died. And Yuri's pretty good at lying. Could always ask her to make a proclamation of it.
That's at least comforting to know. That her and father have that in common. It's in part what made him such a good tyrant.
Hopefully it's all they have in common.
I hope so too. What of Mother?
York pulls out the stone. This is the piece that she's missing. Well, he kind of taps himself. One of, I guess. We can get her back to what she was. We just need to get her here.
Well, now that you're on the material plane, there shouldn't be anything stopping you. If you were in my position, what would you do afterwards? After all is said and done? Become a cobbler? Make shoes for a living?
That was a weirdly specific one to go for. No. He kind of thinks for a moment. I think if I were you, I'd want to make the best of whatever time there is. You've spent so long down in the hells and plotting, scheming, who knows what, in all honesty. There are still parts of these worlds and planes that you're connected to that you haven't experienced. You can go out and see it all. The journey, learning, it's experiencing it all. I think you'll find that there's a lot more beauty up here than you realize. But Glossy, at the end of the day, it's up to you what it means to live. There's no throne to conquer here. If you do nothing worth retaliation, you have no enemies. You can have a clean start. It's up to you to figure out what makes a life worth living. The secret is we all have to figure it out one day. It's just your turn now.
All right. Okay. Fine, I'll try it. If you could go anywhere in the world, anywhere in this material plane, where would you go?
Right now?
Right now.
Home. Batavia. That's where I'm from. I know it hasn't been that long, but it feels like forever since I was back there.
Macavia. All right. What direction is that?
York looks up at the sun, gets his bearings.
South.
Yeah, it's that way. That's what I said.
All right. She'll stand and look to you and say, I know there might be a part of you that wishes for me to say something to my mother. I don't know her. She was never a part of my life, and I feel like it would be easier if she believes I died. Make the healing easier for both of us.
It'd make it easier for you. I'm not gonna make you talk to her. But I'm not gonna lie to her either. I can't promise she'll come after you. She might feel shame that she wasn't able to help you, wasn't there for you, I don't know. After all this time with your mom, I still haven't quite figured her out. I'm pretty good at that. Her, I'm still missing something.
All right. Okay. One day, tell her this. One day, when I am ready, I will find her, and I will come speak to her. I need time. You can tell her that.
I do need to say one thing, though. I want to believe you. I really do, but I hope you'll forgive some hesitancy.
Yorick, I wish that I had some plan, some scheme, some idea of a seat of power I would try and claim, but I don't. I feel no desire at all. I feel no purpose, and I feel as though that's what I need to go find. And I think after so many years of doing that, in the hells, in the name of power and pride and vileness, it might be time to try something else. And you go and make your insight check.
What do you mean? what do you mean?
I heard, can Yorick make a...
No, I was going to say, does Yorick sense sincerity? Or is this a devil making a scheme within a scheme? I was going to phrase it much differently. How dare you? But I will roll that. Cool. It was on a 16 for so long.
14. I mean, honestly, even with a 14, she just seems... One of the things Yorick can pick up on is she seems so apathetic right now. And there's no way to tell what the future might hold, but right now, you do see a glimmer of wanting something different. She just doesn't know what that thing is. But right now, it seems as though there's no ill intent or hidden meaning. She just wants to find something.
Yeah, fair enough. We've all been lost before. Yorick's gonna stand up. You said she already stood up, right? I don't remember. Yeah. And he'll offer her a hand.
She'll take it.
House Nasine. Go talk to the witness. Tell him I sent you. He's a smart guy. He might say something that gets you thinking a little bit more than I can.
House Nasine, the witness in Macavian. Very well.
Good luck, Glacia.
You see, she kind of stops for a moment and winces a bit, as if she hates what she's about to say. Should a time come, Yorick, when you're in need of assistance, for giving me this kindness, you can call upon me, and I will provide what aid I can. Same as how you would try and conjure my mother. Focus. Picture me, and I will sense it, and I will come to your aid.
That might be sooner than you realize, but I will take you up on that.
I know.
Before you go, I have a question that I need answered. And also, fellow party members, if you think of something we want to ask that I'm not remembering, feel free to chime in, but I have some questions.
You're good.
What was her lair of hell called?
Malbolgi.
Oh, it was Malbolgi, okay.
Yeah. The ugliest name of all of them.
Ouch. Malbolgi can hear you, you know.
I hope so. Fucking ugly ass name.
Damn. When we passed through Malbolgi, we went through a cell. I'm guessing you heard about that whole thing?
Yes. For some of the more high priority prisoners, we create illusions. I mean, some of them not even illusions, they're just pocket dimensions crafted by the mages of Malbolgi to create a real, something that feels so real and sometimes is torture. Make someone live through their hardest, worst days over and over and over again.
She said there was a jailer who showed up recently that looked and felt like me.
Yes. One of the things that I had to do was, in part of my servitude, to you see she kind of is at a loss for words and eventually settles on the father of lies. I had to allow one of the Forsaken in there, into many of the prison cells, to gather information, knowledge. But from Elendara, it was knowledge of the Feywild. Weaknesses that you claimed, or everyone claimed, to defend. And then would modify her memory so she wouldn't remember what she said. I believe it's already too late for the Feywild.
You have no idea. Alright. Did anyone else have any other questions? That was just a dangling thread that I wanted to pull on. I kind of figured that was the answer, but...
I don't think there's anything I can think of right now.
No, not that I can think of either.
We'll just have to call her up when we do, you know?
Well, I only get to do it once, so it better be a real important question.
I mean, it will.
I mean, there's always sending, you know?
What?
There is sending.
It doesn't have to be the whole big thing, you know?
No, I know. We're just playing. Alright, cool. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted closure on that.
No, that's fair. And I will say, I was kept in the dark about most things outside of what my mission was. The Forsaken, they never talked to me. And the Father of Lies, he only ever told me what I was supposed to do. If I had more I could give you, I would.
I know. Apathy's a dangerous thing. I get it. Well, I need to go make sure my friends are okay.
She nods. And you can see, I mean, Glacia is a very powerful individual, being an archdevil, at least for right now, still being an archdevil, before the sort of reorganization takes place, which will take time. But it seems though a lot of that power is still inherent to being the spawn of Asmodeus. You can see her form begins to sort of shift, almost like a heat mirage begins to shift around her before settling on a humanoid woman form. You can see darker tanned skin, short cropped, like auburn red hair, and these like brilliant, like emerald green eyes. Still wearing her same armor and weapon. But she says something a little more inconspicuous for traveling the roads. I think I'll walk there. It'll take time, but there has to be some reason you all are fighting so hard for this place. Kind of looks down to a frog that just hops past her foot. Ugh.
If you pass a bakery, get yourself something. Trust me, you won't be disappointed.
All right. She kind of looks around, and with that, she will
south.
Yeah. Oh. Which way to Mordor, Gandalf? Is it left or right? So yeah, she heads off, and without any cry to stop or any word otherwise, she'll head off into the woods, eventually finding a road and head south towards Highland Pass, into Tarkir, and further down to Macavia.
He'd just watch her go until she was out of sight, and then he would kind of take another minute to himself and then head in the direction that everyone else did.
Yeah. So, for everyone else, you entered in to Oak Cairn Keep in that time. You can hear hearths and fireplaces burning within the keep itself. And you all can see that the interior has gone through quite a bit of preparation and cleaning and repair. It's still a little messy in places. There's a lot of overgrown nature coming through windows and walls, but it seems like purposeful. Any nature that broke through windows or walls hasn't been removed, but the stone around it has been repaired. And as all of you enter, all of you can see. Just want to make sure that there we go. Coming down the hallway, the fiery red hair and the tabard and cloak of green with the emblem of House Harwood, Isabella. Coming down the hall as she says, Lady Forrester, you've returned, and the rest of you also. This is fantastic news. There were 2 tieflings that came through claiming that they were with all of you. Is that correct? Sorry, not to disparage the reunion, but I just wanted to be sure.
No, that's
correct.
Yeah.
They should be treated as guests and made sure they have a place to stay here.
Of course. We did set them up in rooms just to be safe, but I wanted to double check before we let them have free roam of the grounds. But it's so great to have you back.
Friends.
Good. Then they helped you get out of there?
They did.
Good. Well, it has been quite some time since all of you especially, but even you, Lady Forrester, since you've all been here. As right now,
She says, it's the 18th of Sunspire. All of you have been gone maybe a month and a half now, I believe. But we're thankful to have you back, and much has been accomplished in that time. In fact, Lady Forrester, there is quite a bit for you to attend to in the meantime. But for right now, please follow me. The private hall for the lady and her most trusted has been renovated fully, if you'll follow me. And with that, provided there's nothing else, Isabella will lead all of you to the interior of Oak Cairn Keep, the private hall.
This is such a small thing, but like because there is the overgrowing nature through it, as Twig is like going along through into the halls, just every now and again I wanted to just like cast like Druidcraft just to like make them grow a little bit longer.
Yep, the vines, some of them like little flowers bloom and sprout out of them, but yeah, all of them just get a little more overgrown in every once in a while, you know?
Perfect.
But you all enter, and Isabella says, "Can I get all of you anything to eat or drink or perhaps maybe just rest for now? I can have some clerics come and examine your wounds."
I mean, I think some time to rest would probably be good for everyone.
Of course. Of course. I'm sure. There are several individuals who have been wanting to speak with you upon your arrival. Shall I tell them that you arrived on the morrow? You arrived tomorrow morning. Give you tonight to rest.
I think that'd be a really good idea. Could I know who, though, first?
Specifically, Sir Daniel and Sir Tiberius. Both of them were keen to know when you would return to the material. Those two especially.
Well, I feel like for them too, you could let them know.
Very good.
It'd be nice to see them again.
I will let them know, and I will tell them to be discreet. They tend to struggle with that from time to time.
Yes, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would be fine, though, right?
If they stay confined in this room, I think. Sorry, I do not mean to be rude. Yes, and I trust them as well. I just it's to a degree
They're excitable.
Similar to like wrangling cats almost.
But I mean, they're knights. They wouldn't do anything, against what I say, right? So they would keep that secret. They wouldn't just go around telling everyone, right?
If you tell them, perhaps they might take it a little more seriously. They seem to
I
not
think
take
if
me
you
as
say
seriously.
an order from Lady Forrester was given, they will listen to you.
I will try.
And if not, tell them that Nelfian said so.
This I will also try.
You would be bothered by now.
No, they'll just get like all good pats from Twig. They'll get the shit beat out of them by now.
There are also 5 lords and ladies from various, claim to be from various noble houses that were uprooted at the time of the corruption of Hazran's Hollow and would like to speak to the Lady of House Forrester about allowing them to reclaim their lands. That of House Everdale, Fordwin, Tambers, Burkhard, and Windwell. They have been staying in the keep, and, well, for that matter, also, Lady Forrester, there is a city that has sprung up about a day's ride east of Oakcarn that does need to be named, that you should name. Right now it's called Fort Wig. Just the name that... You see, Sir Daniel, he was there, and people were asking him where to go.
Nalfian's eyes are narrowing to slits right now.
I think we keep that one. I think that's golden.
And he responded, well, I don't care. It's Fort Wig. And the commoners heard it as Fort Wig. So they started to build up around the area, thinking that it was a beacon of
You're
safety.
still going with it.
Fort-
This is an accurate statement.
Fort Wig, yes. So
We're
that
not going to come up with anything better, gang.
It's Fort Wig. I like it personally.
It's gonna be the new Alexandria, you know.
So, if you are so inclined, sort of seeing Twig, and I'm sure her very visible reaction, similar to Gemma's to a degree, unless I'm wrong.
No, I mean, I feel like it's very similar. Of just complete bafflement of what the fuck is happening here.
Unless you like it, you can keep it. It's just your right as lady to new holds and cities and towns. Should you wish to name them, you have that power. But if you like Fort Wig, it may be kept.
I think maybe we could think on it a little bit more than a spur of the moment idea.
Of course. Whatever my lady wishes. Well, that is what awaits you whenever you have the time. The nobles, and I say that with not the true weight of, say, House Calderson or any of the other noble houses. They claim that it is their land, and some of them do have support backing it. Others, I believe, are less than savory, but that will be at your discretion, my lady. But there will be time for politicking on another day. For right now, and at that point, Yorick, that's about when you enter. Ah, Yorick as well. I believe rest would be good for all of you. As I said before, so you are all right with Sir Daniel and Sir Tiberius stopping by?
Of course.
All right. I will be sure to send them in when I run into them. Well, please rest, and I will be sure to bring some food and drink here after I find them. And with that, she'll give a small bow and leave the room, provided there's nothing else. And shut the door behind her.
As soon as she kind of steps out and they're alone, Nalfian's just gonna pull Lila into a hug.
Oh, I think like for that interaction, I was actually like, thinking about it. She was probably like sitting in one of these like side chairs, just like waiting, you know, like looking at the book and stuff. But yeah. She'll accept the hug. She's still in her magic season, so she's still all iridescent and stuff as well, so... But yeah, she'll take the hug. Your shoulder's a little wet.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll just say... There really isn't anything I can say. And we don't have to talk about this right now. But... whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Whatever you want from us, you just say it and we'll make it happen. But if you just want to sit here for a little bit, forever, however long, you just say the word.
don't even know. I'm still. And she'll just kind of like sit back down in the chair and like look back to his book and say, I can't form words. I don't know.
Yeah, he'll just nod.
So yeah, she'll kind of give Nalfian a very soft smile, but then just kind of recluse again.
Joe, I assume, maybe not, maybe it's dumb to assume. Did Varnast say something to us before we left about trying to, like, bring those we lost back, or do we need to contact him?
No, I think Varnast, like, because everything was kind of falling apart, he would have said something very briefly, like, in a very Varnast way, I will try to help. Talking about, the others. Granted, all of you know the limitations of those spells.
For sure.
So it'll probably take him a couple days to get here.
Yeah.
But,
Nevin just didn't want to push it with Lila right now. Like, I think she definitely needs her space. He just is concerned.
I'll live.
I'll live.
I'm not from her right now, but from Felicity, I'll live.
No. Yeah, like I said, Nalfian will just kind of lightly squeeze her shoulder, but he's going to very much respect her space right now. And guess look to Yorick. Well, how did that go?
I guess we're gonna see.
I'll just nod.
Hey Joe, does Twig have anyone in her employ who can do sending by chance?
You don't want to ask Lila right now?
Well, golly, it seems like a bad time to ask for a
No,
personal
I would.
Like, hey, I know you're going through some shit, but I also
Yeah, you've
got
only
some
just
stuff
been
I gotta get
kidnapped,
to.
watched your guy die, been in a big old battle, but you can
Learn about
sending
the
right now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
No, there are definitely, let's see here. I'm double checking here. You know what? Yeah. One of the banner bearers of House Tariel, which did help in the siege of Oak Cairn, of House Stormheart, there do have quite a few diviners that did stay behind to help, make sure that no places were trapped or, had evil curses left over from the hag coven.
Right. Cool. Good to know for later.
Mm-hmm. Which, you could easily have Isabella get someone for you.
Yeah, just a little pull her aside, whisper, trying to not make a big deal out of it.
Hey, I really don't want Lila to know about this. What? Don't you want Lila to know about?
Shut the fuck up. Why am I the subtle one all of a sudden?
Okay. So at that point, is everybody else just kind of waiting and just trying to take a moment?
Yeah, like I said, Nalfian, he's worried about Lila, but like she needs to do her thing, so he's gonna keep his distance right now, and then just kind of be near Twig. Kind of like, I don't know, he'll look at her and be like, eh? Like, this place is kind of fucking cool, like, to see how she's reacting to, like, she has a whole keep. That's pretty cool, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if Nalfian tries to, like, do that whole, like, suggestion thing, Twig would absolutely do the thing of, like, stop it, you're embarrassing me.
Nah, he's gonna be like, what about this? Like, I don't know, like picking up candlesticks, like, yeah, fucking fancy, like, little shit. You know, like, because I feel like there's probably a really awkward silence in the room right now, and Nalfian's just trying to make people laugh and feel good. He's like, candlesticks.
Solid gold, you know?
He'd be succeeding at that, but yeah, Twig would, like, you know,
Yeah.
it's the whole, like, tea thing of, like, stop it, Dad, you're embarrassing me.
This is all yours, you know. Watch your floors. You don't want to get dirt on them, or maybe you do. Like he's being that.
After about 15 minutes of that, all of you hear from behind the grand door. Well, would you look what the cat, no offense, dragged in as the doors open, as Tiberius just like, Sir Tiberius just looking down, looks up to all of you and waves as Danny, well, look who's back, huh? Wow, couldn't even come find me yourself, huh? You know, I came all the way down to the hells, and this is the thanks I get.
As Isabella, I am sure informed you. We have
Isabella,
to
like,
stay a little bit
running.
more discreet.
Yeah, she said, but I had to come and see for myself. You know, she tried to use that Lady Forrester thing on me all the time, but I knew you weren't here. This time, I had a different sense. You know, I could smell it. You all have a distinct scent.
You said Twig stinky?
No, it's the brimstone. It's the brimstone. You smell like sulfur, rotten eggs. Ah.
Great to see you.
I thought you liked rotten eggs.
I have actually developed a much more refined palate since gaining access to a bipedal form. It changed my taste buds too. So, yeah.
So if I had rotten eggs, you wouldn't want them.
You got some?
No, sorry.
Bastard.
Sir Daniel, how have you been? Now will go over and shake his hand.
Yes, Sir Nalfian, Sir Forrester, Sir Knight Commander, busy?
Doing what?
You know, night
No,
stuff.
tell me. Yeah. Heard you named a city.
That is a supreme misunderstanding. I thought they said, what is this for? And I said, for Twig. And I don't really know what they actually said, but then they started calling it Fort Wig. And I...
It's York in character.
Nalvin just looks at York and shakes his head.
I didn't do it on purpose. If I did it on purpose, I would have called it, I don't know, Dannyville or something like that. I don't know. No, but that's vain. That's vain. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't name a city after myself. I'd call it...
I would.
Raccoon Land. It's bad.
Yeah, Nalvin nods in approval.
Don't call it Raccoon City, whatever you do. It's Resident Evil joke.
I was going to say that. I mean, I know Nalfian was mostly joking about it, but I do appreciate that you have been doing work here, right? And, well, I'm sure there was a reason that people looked to you for naming that city in the first place. And so I was going to offer, if you did actually want to name it, it could be something you choose. I think you have done a lot for this house, you know, even if it wasn't always intentionally to do so.
I mean, you know, we really didn't do that much. We only, you know, we helped some people unpack some bags. We lift up some lumber. I mean, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, it's your responsibility. You can name it. I don't think that. I mean, come on.
I mean, that's what I mean. Even
Don't encourage him.
Even before all of this and actually having this place, I mean, you've helped me a lot. And, well, you're evidently already more than a valiant knight. and have certainly learned more than I feel like other people have of pride. Just glaring at Nal. Oh, to be so modest.
You know, I am pretty modest, aren't I? Sometimes it's hard, you know? But if this is a command, a wish, nay, a wish, that my lady bestows upon me, then I will accept it with grace and honor, as he kind of bows a little bit. And should you bequeath the honor of naming the city to me, then I will bequeath it upon back to you, a name of righteous magnitudes. Oh, that was bad.
I liked it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
If that's what you want, after all, I'm not super sure. I feel like I really dug myself into a hole here, and I.
No, it is. Like I said, I think it's only right.
Well, all right. I mean, if I'm being entirely honest, I kind of like Fort Wig. Because, I mean, like, I'm here for my lady, whose name also happens to be Twig. A lot of us are here. If not for you, but because of you. So, I like it.
All right. If that is what you choose, then that is what it shall be then.
Oh, that's a lot of responsibility. You saying it like that, though. No. The Honorberg. Nope. Yeah, Fort Wig. Fort Wig's right. Yeah. Twigtown? No. Yeah. Fort Wig. Yeah.
It's a great name, Danny.
And you can see that, Nalfian, compliments coming from you definitely does mean a lot to Danny, as he just kind of smiles and nods. For once, he doesn't have a retort of some kind.
I like that. Nalfian's very genuine when he says it.
You can see the black tabaxi Tiberius. He kind of looks down to Danny and says,
If I may, I did have something I wanted to ask of you, Lady Forrester, and you, Sir Nalfian.
Of course, ask away.
I will admit there is a great deal of serendipity that has wound me up in this place. One that all started with a talking raccoon, and that is not lost on me. But I have had a new lease on life because of this. And in the time that I have been within this land and served as a honorary knight, as Sir Daniel was the only one.
Because please correct me if I'm wrong, but Tiberius was never knighted, right? I think it was just Danny.
Well, I think because Tiberius wasn't there when she
Yeah.
knighted Danny, and so it was the thing of just like, yeah, he'll be knighted too, but Danny was the only one that was like physically there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to double check that before I said what I was going to say next.
While it would be the greatest honor of my life to be knighted, I am afraid that I do not think I could serve honestly and And I don't think I could devote my life to it in the way that you're supposed to. In the time that I have been here, and you see his eyes kind of like look towards Isabella and then kind of look back down towards the ground. I find myself believing I could not be impartial and unbiased in being a knight to you. And I feel as though it would be improper.
What do you mean?
I believe there is a degree of there is an individual amongst your council I would wish to court. And I am you can see like he's trying
God!
so
I imagine she's completely oblivious, and sorry, she's just in a full earnest.
Who is it?
It's Nalfian, isn't it?
Nalfian will like lean down and whisper into Xir. It's Isabel.
you can see Tiberius's ears like perk up. He's like backs after him. And they hear
I mean,
him.
yeah, but like
Oh,
she's not trying to embarrass.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I
she
know.
asked the question, and now like she realizes, oh, this is actually awkward, and so she's just kind of frozen there, just like, I don't know how to remedy this.
Twig, I don't want to ever overstep. Do you mind
Please
if I?
overstep.
Okay.
Nalfian looks to Tiberius.
I will say, as a knight, there is a degree in which you are to be loyal to your lady. But that's not to say that you can't be loyal to the person in life that... Nalfian uses the word love, but you know, he doesn't know if he love. I don't know. Could be love. There's also a degree of loyalty dedicated to the one that you love, too. It's not an if an or a choose when. There's a duality to it, and you can be devoted to both. There's nothing saying you can't. However, if you feel as though you cannot fulfill one over the other, then it's neither fair to Lady Forrester or Sir Isabella.
You can see Isabella also equally shocked, as if this is the first time she's
Sorry.
hearing this
Or
information.
whoever it might be.
Nalfian's gonna speak it clear. He's gonna get clear.
Nalfian.
Slap ass?
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
that's so funny.
Shut up.
Isabella's like, I don't like it like that. Like, imagine.
Perhaps
I love it.
Tiberius,
No,
the
no.
best thing
Yeah.
would be, instead of being knighted immediately, maybe you take the time to discover a little bit more what it means to be a knight to you, and if that is a duty you're ready to accept. And if you are not, there's no shame in admitting that.
No, I am so thankful for everything and the teachings and trainings, and it would be a great honor to continue that servitude. I feel as though in the way that you have taught us and in the way that the codes of the Knights of Iverion and of Tarkir, I feel conflicted to a degree, is all.
Well, as far as it concerns me, I don't think it would be any kind of issue or problem if you were to still wish to be a knight. And if you don't, you still have a place in this keep. And so I think Nalfian's right. You can take time to consider which you'd be more comfortable with. But both options are still open to you.
Through that, he'll just kind of nod in acceptance. Seems like he needs a little bit of time, but I mean, you both, all of you, can hear how badly he does want to be a knight for House Forrester.
Mm-hmm. Nothing will say, just kind of as he nods. And, you know, we'll find time, Tiberius. Maybe you and I having more of a, glancing towards the doorway, private conversation about this. I'd be more than willing.
Thank you. I would appreciate that very much.
Of course. Is Isabella still in the doorway?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. I hope nothing will just leave it at that.
You can see Danny, he kind of looks up towards Tiberius and looks back towards Isabella. Seems like Danny's heard about this a little bit more than all of you, but
that would make sense.
He, in this moment...
Okay, but the fact that he hasn't said anything to Isabella, crazy. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, Danny respects the friendship. He
He's
respects,
a loyal guy, you know?
He respects his bro.
He's a bro.
All right, yeah.
He's a knight.
Yeah.
Keeps his word.
Correct.
Sort of looks up to him, and you can see Nalfian, he looks at you and just kind of like shakes his head and is like, "This guy, am I right?"
Well, Malcolm just smiles and
Me
shakes
personally.
his head back.
Me personally, I'd never hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Not that there are many options for a bipedal raccoon man.
I want to close this book. I want to right now.
Danny stares off wistfully into the distance.
Oh my god.
You downtime activity unlocked.
Oh my god.
Get Danny and Garrel.
On your bucket list, as if that was something that could have been there.
I don't know. I just wasn't expecting this.
I think you were looking for bingo card.
Oh, is that what I meant to say? I don't know expressions. I feel like Alec trying to speak common sometimes. I don't know expressions. Damn, I really butchered that. Fucking this is when you're gonna die. That's crazy, Kayla. Okay, sorry.
Anyway.
I'm dumb.
So, with that, Danny
This has
and
been a weird day.
Danny and Tiberius would bow to leave, all of you, not overstay their welcome. I do think, though, Danny would kind of look around and do like a mental count. And I think he would just walk over to where Lila is. And he wouldn't say anything. He would just kind of like pat her hand and squeeze it a little bit and then leave the room with Tiberius.
Are they alone now, everybody?
Yeah, they leave, and then Isabella does have some food brought in, some food and drink, and she would leave after the food and drink is delivered unless there's anything else you need of her, but she would leave, and so it's just all of you now.
I mean, I didn't. But once the food is down, and I feel like I'm like looking at this like a 1-to-1, like, and everyone's sitting at this table in the middle now. Lila would like wipe her tears, wipe her nose, and like get up and like go over to the table and be like, Well, there's a lot to talk about, so if you guys are ready, I'm ready.
I'm ready. Why don't you
So,
start?
I've been shocked about the creator. Angry. Like, he couldn't have a little bit of faith in his people and see any of the light. But besides that, since he's gone, it seems like what's left is just to keep cleansing existence and time. So in a way, I feel like our plan of attack hasn't really changed. What are your guys' thoughts?
I have a lot, but I don't know if any of it's right or near whatever right is anymore. I feel like everything we've kind of learned has been flipped on its head. I don't think that the threat of the Dark One is gone. I think that the vessel, I guess, if you will, is. But I think the entity, the presence, those realities are still crushing in. However, I agree with you. I think our objective is still the same. I think we need to reach... Oh, what's it called, Joe? The timey-wimey place? Thread place?
Yes, it was Chronovas Ianeda.
Yeah, Nalkin says that. I still think we need to reach that place. Thank you. And I don't know what comes after we get there, but I think the end of all of this is there. I still think there's the residual, the energy, it doesn't just go away with his death. I mean, his simulacrum's still there. We don't know what information he's gleaned from this body being struck down, you know? I think we need to find him. And
I don't think we can, though, right? I mean, until he's finished those trials, I didn't think there was a way that we could reach him.
That's right,
We could reach Sigrun.
Yeah. I think it's worth reaching out to her.
And we also don't really know if that Emerald is still gonna be on our side or not. Or
Also
I
true.
guess if he ever really was. I mean, what's to say that that wasn't some trick as well, right?
Right.
That'd be some 5D level chess he was playing if all of that was an act.
He's had all of time to learn and consider it, though.
Sure, but wouldn't it have just been easier for his simulacrum to not get involved at all?
I
It would
mean,
have been easier to not create a whole reality. We don't know why he's continued despite hating every single one. I think there's still a lot that we don't really know about him.
I mean, his simulacrum is what? The collection of all the past realities, all the past failures and attempts, all of his memories and all of his versions of himself stockpiled into one being. I mean, again, this is a long shot, but maybe that simulacrum is still trying to find a reason not to destroy this reality. Finding the light, wants to not repeat the cycle. I don't know. It could just be a big trick, an elaborate plan, and it could just be as evil as this one. Or it could know more.
I think based on what the creator was preaching to us, that simulacrum is just a collection, kind of like what you're saying, Alfian, of his own hubris. That's how he wins, right? At the end of destroying everything, what's left is the only good piece of himself that he fucking had left. So he let them live in emptiness, some grand scheme to get back at people and leave the one thread of good that he could make and give to the world. But now that he's figuring things out, maybe he will come back and see us and the world as the original creator did.
I just don't think we should doubt him until he gives us reason to. Whatever happened to him's not his fault. And
Whatever
he's been
he
an ally to us
feels.
so far.
However he comes back, though, is his fault.
And I think that's the thing, we don't exactly know what he will be when he comes back. Who he will be.
Something I find interesting is that, you know, he scolded us almost like we were children on trying to save this world that he is so convinced is unsavable, that everyone eventually will be tempted and corrupted, and it was all for nothing, all for naught, his precious creations. I still stand by the fact that we've already proved him wrong, but he just refuses to accept it. I mean, look at us. Look at how far this reality has gotten. Look at the variations of what has happened. When he was speaking, I could not help but think of the moment I first met Emerald. That Emerald. He gave me a coin he had no business giving to me. A drow coin to call upon probably some of my own sisters, some lineage of assassins, and I could cash in that coin on anyone I wanted. And that person would just cease to exist. And I asked myself for a long time why. Why would he give me this? Just to see what I would do? Or was it him tempting me? Was that my first temptation by this great creator to see what I would do? And you know what I did? I threw it in the ocean. And I haven't thought about it since until that moment. I understand I've made a lot of really, really fucked up mistakes, but my story is no different than hundreds of others. People who have been corrupted, done awful, evil things, but I found my light. Looks to twig. I didn't give in to his temptation. I know what happens. I saw what happened if I did. I know what I would have done on that boat. But I didn't do it. And in this reality, it may seem small, but that one decision changed an entire timeline of events. And look where we are. One decision in every single person at this table's lives resulted in you being here. All of you, I'm sure, if you think about it, was probably tempted. And here we are. Does that mean anything? Probably not, but hell, I'd like to think that I think we are doing the right thing, and I think that the wheel is weaving around us now.
do think it's all in our hands. What happens. And what happens after.
I agree. I think he scolded us to try to make us feel as though we failed. We failed him, he failed. We're doomed to repeat. But we haven't, and I think it scares him that how we essentially broke his cycle. And maybe when we get to this place, we have to reweave threads? Rewrite time? I don't know. I can't even begin to fathom what that means. But I think our answer is there. I think Simulacrum has answers that we didn't even know we had questions to yet. If we can reach out to Sigrun, I think we should. And I think we should still continue our path to getting there. I could be wrong.
We all could be wrong in various moments, but we have to try. I'm gonna be basically demanding that the College of Hearthcrest drops everything to research not just Chronobos, but existence. I don't know. Rather beyond just time, but reality, space. Basically gonna demand that they, beyond just the college, everywhere in Illica. Like, they have some of the greatest resources and minds, and we have to do this. So, hopefully that'll be fruitful.
I think that's a good plan.
Well, is there anything else?
That's all my thoughts on it.
Alright. I think I'm gonna turn in early, but let me know if you guys need anything. Also, Yorick, for what it's worth, I'm really proud of you. So.
Thanks, Noah.
She'll just kind of nod and pick up
Let
Severin's book, and
us know if you need anything.
she'll nod, but she'll just exit, going to maybe asking somebody to lead her to their corridors, because she's never really been here, so.
Yeah, as you open the doors, you can see there are a couple of servants just waiting by, and they direct you to the private rooms that all of you have. And they lead you, and you can see the rooms themselves seem to be a little bit more, nature hasn't been like trimmed or removed at all, but it seems as though there's been an effort to conceal some of it, as most guests who stay here might not be as loving of nature as, say, the foresters are. But there's a little bit of nature leaking in still. I know. And it's comfortable lodgings.
Well,
so
Yorick's got some stuff if no one else does.
Yeah, Yorick.
Alright, first, he goes to the kitchen.
You go to the kitchen.
All right.
It's a little bare bones right now, you know. Obviously, they're not living in splendor here yet, but there
got
is
sugar.
They got sugar.
All right, cool. He makes like a whole bowl of fairy floss, like a big old bowl of it. Dyes it pink. They got food dye here. Is that a thing in Illica?
Sure, yeah.
We got natural food dye.
Magic.
Sweet. All right, and then just gets it all set up like way too fancy for fairy floss. Like does like that street vendor thing where it's like shaped into like a flower, you know? Gets a servant and to send it to Lila's room.
That's so nice.
Because it's her favorite dessert.
It is.
Yeah, there's a.
Then he's gonna go find that diviner.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you do. The food is dropped off. Lila, you enjoy it. It does taste very good.
Yay!
And then you find the. You find the diviner. As you approach, you can see the weathered, older man wearing cleric's garbs of Arathis, the goddess of civilization. You can see he has a little bit of a dour look about him right now, just sort of zoning out a bit as you approach. And he looks up and says, Yorick, correct?
Yeah.
Is there something I can help you with? Oh, Telman is my name.
Oh, nice to meet you, Telman. Yeah, I was wondering if I could borrow you real quick. Do you know of sending?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Okay, I need to send a message to a friend. Would you be okay being the conduit through which that is cast?
Of course.
Sweet, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me know when I'm good to go.
He'll begin casting the spell, and you can see there's, there's this like ethereal blue energy that begins to come from his eyes, glowing in the veins, and sinks down past his face and neck, forearms, and fingers as he holds onto your hands, and the spell's ready to be cast. You just have to speak.
All right. This war is over now. I got what we needed. Come to Talamir so we can make things right. I got more words, but that gets the message across fairly well, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. Okay. So, and that was, I'm assuming, definitely to Event Hollow, right?
Sure was.
Okay.
Sorry, wrong number.
Just wanted to double check. There's a pretty significant pause. But you do receive a response. I heard. I will come to you tomorrow. I'm sure you have many questions after what you've seen.
Looking to Tamlin.
Of course.
All right, cool. You all right? You don't sound yourself. Send.
She responds. Lady Zariel has been killed, and Osmodeus is no more either. My contract, it hangs on by a thread. I'm so close to freedom.
Ryan question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with Zariel dead, because I remember in Event Hall's contract, it's like anyone other than the Archduchess who destroys the contract, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, if Zariel is dead, she can't fulfill the rewards for Eventahala, so would the punishments take place too, or is the contract kind of null? Or in kind of a weird limbo state?
It's in a weird limbo state where either it can be destroyed and exonerated and removed either by the courts of Nessus or by the Tyrant of the Nine Hells themselves.
If it was just destroyed like the brothers, I mean, from what because we talked to, I don't remember his name, but our representative guy, like what does York think would happen if he just destroyed it right now? Because we have Eventahala's contract as well.
You do, and you could. It couldn't be carried out by Lady Zariel, but there's still a chance that it could be carried out by the courts themselves, who would try to uphold the wording of the contract to the best of their ability. Now, are they going to be able to act with as much time and efficiency as Zariel? No.
Of course not.
But
court system.
It's still their responsibility to uphold law and order.
I mean, counterpoint though, not to butt in, but if she's not in the hells, is there anything they can do? Like, do they have jurisdiction in the material plane, you know?
Anywhere the contracts extend to, they have jurisdiction there. And
Crazy,
it's not like
though.
there are any gods to stop them.
Yeah.
We are really good friends with the Lord Tyrant of the Nine Hells. Because to do this.
I really badly wanted you to say planar binding, Felicity, because I thought that would have been really funny. But yeah,
I thought you were gonna
your
say we
actual
are the
suggestion was
gods.
good.
We are gods.
And everything. I mean, we're about to be, goddamn, like.
Us damn, yeah.
Us damn.
Why are you
Us
damning
damn.
us? That's not
I don't
very
know.
nice.
Felicity said it first. Go, Tamlin, you got one last one, or
I have one more.
Okay, sorry. I'm
Poor
really sorry.
guy.
Thank
He's
you
like,
for this.
where are these going?
Who are you talking to?
He technically needs to be rolling too, since it is overpass planes.
Hey, Felicity.
I'm sorry, I thought it was funny.
Felicity, take a point of inspiration.
Thank you.
It's the only one I'm going to give for anybody ever being a rules lawyer. Okay, that one went through.
I thought it was more funny.
That one went through. That one went through. It's only a 5% chance to fail. That last one was really close, though. This last one was a 94, and it's a 5%, so from 95 to 100.
It's just the culmination of my entire character arc. Don't worry about it.
Sorry. You can come ask Lila.
Nice. Could do that. Anyways, all right. Last one. Funny story. I have your contract in hand. Thought it'd be a good idea to hold on to it. We'll figure it out. Send. Enter.
By far the longest pause.
Oh, she's mad. Looking over to Tamlin.
You receive a response. That is...
It's just screaming in my ear.
At first, very angry as it starts. That was not your place, Yorick, to do that, but thank you for trying to help. The sigh is the last thing that comes through.
I think that went okay. Looking over to Tamlin.
If you say so. I didn't hear anything come through.
Oh, right, my bad. I always forget that's not how this spell works.
But 3 in a row with responses, that's good, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, especially because the hells are all crazy right now. Trust me on that. Alright, well, I'm gonna go. You have a good night.
You too, Master Yorick.
Thanks, bud.
All right.
What a nice guy. Twig's got good people. Then I go to bed.
Okay, sounds good. So with that, all of you head to sleep. And you rest for the night. There are no terrible dreams, no awful nightmares. You're able to rest.
That's good. Can I do something at nighttime though?
You may do something at nighttime.
Okay, cool. It's late. I don't know how late, but it is. And Lila's gonna go to where she thinks Nalfian's room is, because we all have different rooms, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. She hopes this one's Nalfian's and will not come to the door.
We'll say it's Nalfian's.
Oh, cool! Yay! Door roulette. It's Nalfian's. Is Nalfian asleep? Doesn't answer.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah, he's definitely not asleep. He is writing. But, if she knocks on the door, he'll tell her to come in.
Okay, yeah. She'll, like, come in and shut the door and say, well, yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit.
Yes, of course. And he'll shut the thing he was writing, and he will... the chair he was sitting in, he will pull it out, and he will offer it to her, and then he'll sit on the bed in front of her, like, so they can sit face to face.
Yeah. But then as she sits, she will just kind of, like, look to where the thing he was working on and ask, what's that?
Oh, I am working on a thing. It kind of laughs. So I think I want to rewrite all of the night tenets to be better. And I know this sounds like it's a prideful thing, but I promise you it's not. It's just... some of them aren't right. You know, ever since the nights... the Ladies' Festival, the Green Ladies' Festival, it's just there are some knights who don't do things the way that it's not what a knight, I think, should, so I thought, what if I wrote a book? I know that sounds very strange.
Believe it or not, to me of all people, neither sounds prideful or strange. As someone who had been working on her dissertation about the Dark One of all things, I think that's a great idea, because there's a lot of different variables in knighthood, seems like. And
yes.
I mean, it's not really prideful unless you name it Nalfian's tenets.
No, absolutely not. When I did all this research, I think Twig and I read through at least 10 different books, and they all different variations of different things, but again, both of the tournaments that I was in, and just seeing how some people act, it's half of them don't follow anything that's written here, and I just thought, what if I wrote something that people would follow?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, a lot of them weren't very honorable.
no.
I love that, Nalfian, and if you want any help, I got a lot of experience writing things.
I would absolutely love the help, but thank you for asking. But I would like to talk about you.
Yeah. I know we heard what Varnas said, and I'm aware of what he can do. So I know there's a possibility that this isn't permanent. But I'm wondering if it will be, and I just wondering how you, I don't know, like, not like keep going, but like not feel empty. I don't know. I know I didn't have the same deep relationship that with Severin that you and your wife had and your daughter, but I just thought that you would know how to help in case it, you know, doesn't go well. If he comes back, like, who knows what, I mean, he also is probably like, Varnas is probably like all over the place trying to help, like, you know, whatever they have going on, so I don't know.
He listens and just looks at Lila, and then eventually he'll just kind of lightly take her hand and he'll say, you don't have to apologize, you don't have to feel as though there's no comparison, because you loved him. You love him, right?
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I know how much he loves you. And there's nothing quite like the feeling of being in love with someone and knowing that they are in love with you. That is, I used to say this to Twig all the time, but that is what fills my cup. And for a long time, I felt that emptiness, Lila. Like there was a hole at the bottom of it, and no matter what I poured into it, it just felt empty. And I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it just magically goes away or you don't feel that pain every day. Grief is the most painful wound. Because you never know when it's going to flare up again. You never know when it's going to sear and sting, or if it's just going to fester. But there is healing. I promise you there's going to be a day where you are full again. And you fill your cup to the brim. It's almost like it spills over. There's just so much overflowing. You just gotta figure out the right stuff to put in, the right ingredients.
Yeah. I was trying to think of that too. I know there was a possibility back when I first talked to Corellian that because Zevran was willing to come with me to the Astral Sea with Corellian, but there was a possibility that that wouldn't happen. And that didn't feel the same as this. Like, I'm sure I would have been, both of us would have been absolutely destroyed, but knowing that he at least was alive and could live, and it wasn't for giving up, it wasn't just for me, but it always felt like he was around for me. I'm sure he also wanted to save the world, but it always felt like he was just trying to help me every step of the way. And it makes me sick that this God that we've been fighting for is the reason he's gone.
He is one of the most brave men that I have happened to know. I know sometimes he felt as though he wasn't, and that he was cowardly, or that he felt like he was doing everything he did for you or for us, or to make sure we got ahead. But Zevran is smart. He's clever, and I could see the gleam in his eye, this idea of what it could be like to be this great, this powerful wizard, of having this power and doing something good with it. Even though he made great sacrifices for you, I think there was a touch of him who just wanted to be great too, and to be alongside you, Lila, not behind you. Emerald has taken everything from you.
Not yet. I won't fucking let that happen.
That's the answer. Right? I felt like Malice took everything. But it took a long time for me to realize it was always right in front of me. You're already stronger than I was, Lila. Look at you.
I don't
You have fight.
strength. But a lack of time to not... I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I had the time to be where, or like with you, right? Like you had time to, I don't know, process.
Yeah.
We don't. This is still going on, and it's not that I found it, it's been right in front of our faces, right? Like, this is what we have to do, or there's nothing.
Right.
And I'm just angry and will not let the creator get what he wanted. Not just because of Zevran, but in general.
You have every right to be angry, Lila. You should be. I'm angry. But you have every right to be fucking livid, pissed, ready to tear things apart. But you're also smart, just like Zevran. Stay vigilant and don't get blinded by that anger. I don't want to see you make a decision that is going to cost you, or for you to risk yourself, because that's not what Zevran would want. And I hate to say that to you, but there were times where I was on the verge of doing some very terrible things, and I thought to myself, if my wife was standing right here, right now, what would she think? What would she think if I did that?
That's a really good point.
Be angry. Feel all of these emotions, because grief, you will feel every single one. But don't forget what you are fighting for, who you're fighting for, and that he's watching. He's here with you, and he's watching, and he's cheering you on, he's saying your name, and he's loving you every second of it. This fucking sucks, Lila, but this chance is still there. And I'm gonna hold on to that. And if something doesn't go quite right, we're all gonna be here for you.
I know. Thank you.
Of course.
This is gonna sound weird.
You can see he was like going to reach for something in his pocket, and then you talked, so he stopped.
Well, yeah, she'll just say, "Do you mind if I stay with you tonight? I just don't feel like being alone."
Yeah. Of course.
Thanks.
He nods. And he just pats his pocket and gives Lila a soft smile.
But now I want to know what's in the pocket.
Nope.
Damn it.
Later.
Okay. But yeah. She'll just kind of like, I think, probably move to one of the comfier chairs, you know, one of those like lounging chairs, and she'll just like kind of curl up with the book and just kind of like rest her head on the, I don't know, thing there. I don't even know.
The arm of the chair.
Armrest, yeah.
Okay, alrighty. So, Lila, you relax, try to in the chair, and eventually, all of you head to sleep. And we're going to go ahead and take a break right there, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So let's say 33. I know that's 6, but by the time we actually go to break, it'll be 5. All right, 33. We'll be back.
To finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is 1 town, 1 place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay. I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't.
If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5, Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side.
So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay. I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't.
If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute. Who are...
Hi there, everybody. We are back.
Let's go ahead and dive in. Picking up where we left off. A group of adventurers had finally returned to the material plane in this moment of peace, tranquility, and sorrow. Happy to be back, but missing a companion, a friend, a lover, Zevran. Having been disintegrated in the astral sea with no way to bring him back until Varnast is able to cast True Resurrection in 2 or 3 days' time. So, the party waits in Oak Cairn Keep. The keep that was once enslaved by necrotic blight magic by Morcella now is clean and full of life. Not just nature, but of people too. Some reunions are had, happy and sad. Yorick bids farewell to Glacia, hoping she finds purpose elsewhere. Specifically headed towards Macavia, to try and find something within House Nasine and through the Witness. Yorick also sends a message to Aventahala, and she and him plan to talk on the next day. Twig, of course, has lady duties to attend to, but that can wait.
as just having a day or two of peace and quiet is much needed after the events of the past month, almost, for all of you. But then, as the night comes to a conclusion, Lila goes and speaks with Nalfian over loss and sadness, and maybe from Nalfian, just a bit of hope. Maybe something can change. Nalfian hesitates for a moment for something, but decides to allow Lila to head to rest. She stays within his room on a comfortable enough lounge chair in the corner of the room. But with that,
I mean, if she falls asleep there, he's definitely gonna move her to his bed and he'll sleep in the chair.
What a gentleman.
A fucking chair. She's just too much grief. That's silly.
She's like, no, let me sleep on the chair.
Nah, bitch is knocked the fuck out. Let's be real. Her whole soul is exhausted.
Lila, you wake up in the bed. What the hell?
Crazy.
But all of you wake up the next morning, and the sun shines through the windows. Life blooms here in Oakcarn Keep. A new day. The first day that you all have had in a very long time, where you fell asleep in safety, woke up in safety, and knew that your day, well, at least your physical life wasn't going to be in danger on this day. For some of you, your mental health, well, we'll have to see about that. But with that, all of you wake up. You head back to the great private room, and breakfast is served. A humble mix of fried sausage and eggs and toasted bread. A simple breakfast, but still delicious. Sure, the food of the mansion is perfect and tasty, but something about the air on the material plane when you're eating food, it just changes everything, you know? Can't beat it. It's like that one diner that has the best food you ever had, and they close, and you're like, well, damn, never gonna get that again. It's a little personal right there. Anyway, you all eat breakfast together. Some a little more sallow than others, but still, you're together. Now, my question is, does anybody have anything they'd like to do on this morning, or anything they'd like to talk about at breakfast, or is it just kind of a silent breakfast with whatever's planned for the day?
I don't think I have anything in particular. Lila is no longer in her iridescent form, though. She's in her summer form, is green. So, and it seems like she's not like happy, but she's like doing better right now. Like in this moment, she's kind of like she's not in shock or anything. So that's good. But yeah, I don't think I have anything else like planned.
Yeah. Nalfa's okay. He's just kind of violent. Like, I assume they would talk about it, but he would accompany Twig to her little thingos unless she wouldn't want him to. He's just there for moral support, you know. Her little meet and greets. Okay.
So I mean, yeah, as they're eating, Twig would kind of bring up the fact that obviously they're on.
I was, of course, planning to speak to some of the houses. I mean, of course, as Lady, it's meant to be my responsibility, but I would also be happy if anyone wished to join, maybe for council.
And she's like half looking at Lila because she doesn't want to ask her directly, especially with everything that she's been going through. Also just as a temperature check if she wishes to.
Yeah, Lila would like turn her and say, yeah, no, I would love to be there if you want me there.
Only if you feel up to it, of course. I don't know if
help.
baby would help. keep your mind off things.
Thanks, Twig. Yeah, I'll be there.
Other than that, just enjoy breakfast, I guess.
Eat.
Okay.
Breakfast.
Breakfast.
Sounds good.
Eat. Break my fast.
Okay.
Broken. Num num.
Okay. So, with that, all of you finish eating breakfast. And the rest of the day is yours, really. So it just kind of depends what you want to do first. Event Hollow will be arriving later in the afternoon. So that is taking place then. So for the early morning to, midday, that time is yours for anything you guys wanted to do in that time.
Lila would be going through, probably in the library of the keep, going through Zevran's spell book, and find that spell that he was working on for her, and I think she would just kind of pick up where he left off and start trying to finish the spell. And help Twig with her thing. But besides that, I don't think I have anything else going on.
And Lila, the thing is, Zevran didn't have much time to work on it, but you can see the spell is rather complex, but what he started is enough for you to be able to know where to go with it. You have enough of an understanding of the arcane. And on top of that, you have an unparalleled connection to the astral sea. So between today, this evening, and tomorrow morning, you could probably finish the spell. To have it be prepared for when Varnast arrives.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that until Twig needs anybody to accompany her, Nalf would probably spend some time catching up with Danny and Tiberius. Kind of, I don't know. We don't have to RP it, but just giving Tiberius a talk about again, there's a duality in his duty, and he doesn't feel like he has to make a decision. It's not like him being in a relationship is going to take precedence over what his career path is, It's not a conflict of interest the way he thinks it's a conflict of interest. So again, not to RP that, he just would try to. And then I think he would also express to Danny how proud he is, and ask him to show him the things he's learned,
Yeah, okay. Nice. So I will say, Tiberius does nod at all of that and, is totally understanding. Listening very intently to what you say. And, Danny is, as you say that, and he talks about some of the things that he did, you can see pride, but not in the, grandstanding way. Yeah, it's just, he's proud of himself for being able to make a difference for a lot of these people. And you can see those knightly qualities within your raccoon friend. Raccoon folk friend? I guess that's what he is now, but...
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I suppose if nobody else has anything else, Twig, we will come to you. And the houses that approach. So, Twig, as you inform Isabella that you're ready to,
field these requests. She says, "Oh, very good. And you're sure we don't have to do this today? It can always wait."
No, I mean, I wouldn't want to seem like I'm neglecting duties or anything. I know I've been away for a little while now already, so I think it's about time.
No one would judge you for that, also. I want to be clear, but if you feel as though you're ready, we can get started.
I'm ready.
All right. Well, then follow me. And with that, she will lead you and any of the other party members to the throne room. As each one of the major houses within, all the holds, they all have their seat of power. And Isabella will go and gather the 5 houses that had been staying here for them to meet with you and make their claim for the land within Talamir. So, nature can still be heard all around, and the fire pits blazing all over the keep to add some warmth to this place. As with as many holes as there are, the breeze that blows through here does get rather chilly at night. But it is midsummer, so the heat during the day is rather intense, but it's still morning right now, so everything is fine for now.
Y'all gonna be so sweaty at the end of this.
So, you all are able to make your way through Oak Cairn, and eventually you make your way to what is the throne room. The area where the seat of power is, or House Forrester. You can see that this room is has also been restored to what it once was. And I mean, it's beautiful. There are stained glass murals depicting various heroes of House Forrester to the sides. And you all recognize this room. This is the room where you fought Morchella, where you overcame one of the Forsaken. It's been restored. The walls have been rebuilt. And you can see there are seating to the left and to the right, and a large green rug, or runner, that stretches from the door all the way up to the throne itself. You can see Isabella walking next to you. Twig says, "We were able to find it. It wasn't able to be destroyed. It's magic. The Oak Heart Throne, seat of power of House Forrester. Whenever you're ready, take your seat, and I'll call them in."
Right. And she'll approach it kind of slowly. Not quite hesitantly, but just taking in what this actually means. Like, it feels like it's officially like this is her stepping into being a lady, more so than obviously she's been able to. And so yeah, she'll approach it and just kind of trace the arm of it, or the side, whatever, and just stand there for a moment, then just take a deep breath and turn herself around and sit upon it.
Okay. As you do, Twig, the throne welcomes you, and you can see all along the top of this throne hewn from an oak tree. You can see all along the top leaves begin to sprout. And this like halo of white flowers, very, very tiny white flowers, begin to sprout all along the top.
That's so cute.
Okay.
How does Twig look? How's she looking?
She's like, just trying to get like her game face, like her lady face on.
Oh, I love that.
I will say, if she looks towards Nalfia just from a distance, he'll do the little like swallowing your fear gesture and give her a little wink.
Yeah, I mean, I think as like I said, it's like she has that face on her, and she's kind of like, you know, look like goes to look at the party for that cover. And I think seeing Nalfian do that, I think just very quickly she'll kind of mirror it back to him. But yeah, you can tell under the it's a terrible game face. Let's be real. We do not have charisma in this household.
You didn't have her sunglasses. Damn.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could see like there's just this absolute beam of just like pride and like accomplishment coming through it. Even if she's trying to be like, you know, serious. Ooh, business.
I love this visual. It's so sweet.
I know. I want art.
To make her feel even more extra. Now she's gonna like walk up, do a little bow, and he'll go stand next to her. He'll take his little place though.
I was just about to ask, like, where is the knight standing, and then where are like York and Lila the viziers standing?
Viziers. Yes.
I mean,
are we sitting? Like, where are we all just like huddled around Twig? You know, very much like.
No, there is. I mean,
can I sit on the arm of the chair? Or like,
oh my god,
you know,
that's power.
Like those awkward Santa photos, you know, where they all leave the like the suits.
That's so funny.
You know, Lila and Yorick could, you know, stand near off to the side. There is the seating off to the side, sort of like behind and adjacent to the throne, where, you know, like conciliers or consorts or, you know, viziers, whatever synonym for advisor or partner you'd like to use would be.
Well, there, yeah.
Are there, but there is nothing that goes against tradition, and in fact, a lot of the time, the captain of a house's royal guard would stand either beside them or very close, just as a sort of like last line of defense in case anything happened. So Nalfian, from the reading you've done, it is okay for Nalfian to stand near, and for Lila and Yorick to sit near.
I'm sad.
I'm stood.
Okay.
Not gonna lie though, now feels pretty cool right now too. You're like, this
I'm
is neat.
sure
Look how
yes.
neat we are.
Well,
Look at
I'll give him a turn on the throne after this, okay?
Wait, like if you say that to him, he might literally giggle. I feel like, I don't know, right now, like, Nalfian's like passing. He's doing that same thing he was doing candlesticks. He's like, us standing here.
Twig is like trying her fucking best to keep this business face on, but she is struggling with Nalfian. Jesus.
He's trying to make her laugh before anybody important comes into the room.
No, of course.
Would Twig like a little calm emotions?
No.
I got that prepared.
She's a big girl. She did this by herself. She
All right, just
appreciates
why I
you doing it.
ask. All right, Lila will not do that then.
So you
She'll
also
cast
want to get
guidance on
high.
you,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's
Damn.
cool. It's cool. Just checking.
Still
I
guidance.
mean, Alex Silverfoot does it, but it's fine.
Oh shit! Wait, give it.
He's supposed to child for it. What do you mean?
All right.
We don't know that. Twig only
So-
knows wholesome Alec, you know?
She doesn't know. Kalima!
She barely knows that. Like, she just got a side note that, hey, maybe you should give Doglin some hearts sometime, but then that never came an issue, you know?
All right. So Twig, you sit on the throne, Nalfian, you stand beside her, and as Isabella sees that you're sat, she sort of looks to you for the signal.
Yeah, she'll give a nod in turn.
Okay, and she'll nod, and she will say, "Bring them in, please." And with that, the doors will open, and you can see Sir Daniel and Tiberius. They open the doors, swinging both of the grand doors open, and Isabella starts to name off the individuals entering. "It is my honor to present to my Lady Forrester, Lord and Lady Everdell, Lord and Lady Fordwin, Lord and Lady Tambers, Lord and Lady Bicard, and Lord and Lady Windwill," as these pairs enter, for a total of 10. Some have guards, some have, advisors, or, other individuals. They're sort of like entourage, their group that follows them, and those sort of go off into the stands, leaving the 5 pairs of 2 standing in a line, first with House Everdale stepping forward. You see
just real quick.
Yeah.
Just to confirm.
Mm-hmm.
Has Twig heard of any of these houses before? Because these were not the 3 bannermen that House Forrester had, right?
No. Yeah, those were the 3 that they had was Greenfield, Blackwater, and Verdant Vein. Those were the ones that showed up. These ones, go ahead and make a history check with advantage, just because Twig does do a lot of reading.
Give me that advantage. No, stop going away. There we go. Okay. Oh. Man. Oh shit, why did that roll twice?
All right, 16.
Well.
16, you do recognize some of them. So you would recognize House Tambers, House Fordwin, and House Everdell. So Everdell, Fordwin, and Tambers are the ones that you would recognize. Everdell was a small and noble house that had owned the same keep for 100 years, until eventually the fall happened. House Fordwin, there was a small port town near the what is that? Northeast, the western bay. So sort of up that coastline away from Dragon's Bay by quite a distance. A small area there that served as a more private port of entry for anybody coming into the land. And House Tambers was a very minor house of not more than 50 people, honestly, that fought during the siege of Oak Cairn, the first one. So when Hazran's Hollow, the land, previously known as Hazran's Hollow, fell. The other 2, Bicard and Windwell, you do not recognize.
Okay.
But House Everdell is standing before you first. You can see an older man, probably in his 50s or 60s, at least in appearance. You can see some slight points to his ears, half elven, but lots of wrinkles, lots of gray, clean shaven. And you can see a woman much younger standing next to him. You can see that both of them wear shades of black and white strewn together. As the man speaks, as he sort of bows, both of them do, to you.
My Lady Forrester, it is a great honor to speak to you. My name is Lord Alric Everdell. I am the Lord Apparent of House Everdell. We have long been defenders of the name and honor of House Forrester. When we heard your call to arms, we came as fast as we could, but we had been displaced greatly. We found no home in Iverion or Tarkir or even Macavia. We sailed westward and found fortune in the gemstone. But by the time word reached us, it was too late to aid in the siege, to reclaim these lands. I myself am not much longer for this world, but I have brought my sister, next in line for my seat of power, Lady Seraphina. The two of us are both here to make a humble plea to you. The keep that once belonged to us, near the southern border, a few days' ride from Highland Pass. We wish that you would grant those lands back to us. We will cover all the cost to repair it, and we will pay our tithe and the honoring we must do to House Forrester as we had done for 100 years before. But we will not reclaim that land if there is another more worthy that would have it.
If I may ask a question.
Please.
What exactly did you do in the Gemstone Archipelago? If that's where you said that you were able to raise more fortune.
Of course. I myself, as well as my sons, we served as guards to the Gold Bank. We fought for them to protect their stores and their ships from pirates and raiders. We ourselves never got into anything nefarious or never did any pirating ourselves against any type of behavior the like. But there was much fighting we had to do. Much fighting. So much so that it has left many mortal wounds on myself. And I am no longer with any sons or daughters to carry on my line. Which is why I brought my sister with me today.
Sad. I don't know if Gemma, you're gonna do this, but I would like Lila to kind of like see if she's picking up on anything. Like, it seems very earnest, but like he also was like, did outright say, we didn't do anything nefarious. And so that was where I was like,
I am not a fiend, I promise.
Yeah, as soon as I heard, oh yeah, we made business with Gemstone, I was like,
Did you now? Are you familiar with Varnas Talmaru? You run into him at all?
Were there any chills that went up his spine just now? Does the name bring dread still?
Make an insight check, Lila. And Twig, I don't know if you wanted to as well, but you might.
yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, I feel like Twig is gonna be basically inciting everyone here.
ooh, pretty good. I can back you up if you need it, Twig.
Let me see.
Just as a quick note, while they're rolling, Yorick has his
please.
helmet on, so he's just kind of mainly watching, just making sure no one's trying to do anything sneaky, reaching for a weapon, anything like that. He's kind of on security detail, kind of with Nalfian, just watching.
Yeah,
Okay.
bro.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I'll have you both make perception checks real quick.
Service levels.
Yeah.
And then Nalfian?
9.
All right.
He's too
Too excited by the throne.
Yeah.
You know.
He's
Maybe I
thinking
should
about
kill
spitting
Twig
on it
and take it
later.
for myself.
This is real
Whoa.
mahogany wood.
Proud dad mode taken over.
He's recording the whole thing.
Oh my god.
That'd be kind of cute though, which he could.
Like it's
Honestly,
like the camera recorder, like right in her face.
One of those old ones that
There's
uses
things-
like, I don't know, what was it? It's not film. Maybe it's on VHS. I don't know. The
Yeah.
really old ones.
tell everyone how you're feeling. Show the camera what you got.
Yeah, we can show the camera you got. What'd you get for Christmas? Had so many of those.
I got this throne.
Say hi to your aunts and uncles.
Focusing!
I got pants. There were so many times where I was like, had to show the clothes that other people got me.
Oh my god, shit's so
Like,
awful.
thank you for this sweater.
You good there, Joe?
Yep, I'm sending you and Ryan both messages.
Oh no.
Damn.
Maybe something crazy is gonna happen. I thought we got a break, y'all, but
Yeah, I know, right? Like, nothing
It was-
bad can happen.
too cozy, you know.
I'm so crazy.
I didn't. Oh, I didn't long rest. Crazy. I was like, why didn't any of my stuff?
Oh shit, nor did I.
I prepared my spells, but I didn't long rest.
injured.
I had a lovely little sleep. I don't know what you two were doing.
Lila had nightmares. No
Aw.
dreams. Well, Gemma, since we're left out, how you feeling?
Me or Twig?
Both.
Me?
Yeah, both.
Let's pause. Another question. Me? I'm just resetting my shit on D&D Beyond because I realized I didn't do that. Twig? He's like, oh, poor people lost their family.
Yeah.
Still, like, calculating in her mind how much she trusts these people.
Right. Simultaneously is like,
Just keeps rolling. Are they bad people though? I don't know.
we'll find out.
Literally
Maybe.
had the god of, like, you know, the light just be like, oh yeah, actually JK. So, like, you know, I feel like
Kinda
everything's
think.
up in the air these days, you know?
No, for real.
Joe, did you see my message?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. So, as far as you can tell, Twig, they seem to be very honest. Lila, you can tell that while there is this air of like honor and like this is the lady of the house, like I'm very respectful, they are very nervous because of how badly they want this.
So they want it really badly, but it's not like they were lying about anything they were saying.
Correct. They're very nervous. They're very afraid that she'll say no.
Oh.
Wouldn't it be
This is
funny?
where
if
you
she does?
negotiate them into the ground. They're desperate.
Does
Mia
Twig,
Kid's dead.
Sorry,
Anyway, next
Gideon's
person.
not here.
does Twig have
Yeah.
to say yes or no right now, or like how does this work?
I mean, she was about
Sorry,
to.
I
Whatever
asked.
she
if-
wants.
Right. It is true.
She can tell
Yeah,
them to
she is
piss
the
off,
lady
come
of the
back in
house.
I'm gonna
6
fucking
months.
look at me.
But also, if she says, I need to think about it, they'll probably be a little hurt, you know?
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to, then I don't know how far away my chair is, but Lila would lean over and say, I think we're safe with this one, if you think so.
Yeah, she'll give like a small little nod.
Well, Alric, Evadel, I'm first of all, I'm sorry for all the loss that you and the rest of your family has been through. And I'm glad that you're able to form some kind of life and prosperity for yourselves out in the Gemstone Archipelago. But more so, I am glad that you've returned here to what I'd be glad to let you have be your new home once more. I
Thank
shall
you, my
grant
lady. Thank you, my lady. You can see he sort of doubles over for a bit as this like tension is just immediately just cut as he just sort of like deflates almost. You can see his sister grab his arm to keep him steady. You can see it was taking a lot of effort for him to stand up straight and walk normally, but she grabs him and sort of puts his her arm in between his and pats his arm as she looks up to you and says, "Our most sincere gratitude and thanks, Lady Forrester." And they'll both bow and they'll turn around and they'll head to leave, allowing the next people to step forward. Next up, you see Another two individuals. These two are approaching, arms crossed over together and sort of holding each other, where it's easy to tell that this is a couple. This is a married couple. The man is younger, a half-orc in his, probably in his 30s or 40s, not old enough to have been a lord when Oakkarn fell. And the woman standing next to him is a human, and she has this sort of agelessness to her eyes. She's elvish, and I just said she was human. Sorry, I was reading the. I have a lot of NPCs here.
Oh wow. I'm so confused. Like what?
No, yeah, that was my bad. Sorry. There's 10 people here. I'm getting a little.
No. That's fine. That's fine.
So, elvish woman. She looks quite a bit older. No wrinkles or anything, but she has a lot of age to her eyes. And you can see that both of them wear colors of blue and silver as the Lord approaches, and he looks to his wife to speak. You can see the half-orc man. He has sort of like a battle-hardened look. There's a couple of scars across his face, but he looks to his wife to speak. As she says, "Greetings, Lady Forrester. My name is Lady Elowyn Fordwin. Many, many, many years ago, House Fordwin, my father, served your house proudly. Sadly, one of the first places to fall was the port city that I was born in. At the time of its falling, I was old enough to fight back. I was old enough to try and do something. But my father did not wish that for me. He wanted me to carry on the name. He ordered me to leave. I boarded the only ship that left that city that night. With 10 sailors and 10 of our house guard. And we left. We sailed to anywhere where we could find port, to rest, anyone who would take pity on us. Eventually we landed in Jormungandry, in Fjardeleth specifically. There, the Odinsons gave us kindness and allowed us to stay. And by the time word reached us, as House Everdell said, it was too late, and our house too small to make any difference. The last memory I have of this place is watching the port burn. With your gift, you gifting us this land back, I would rebuild it in the honor of my father and of your mother, who I know gave her life in those final moments. And I do not mean to pander at all, but I can see her look in you, and it's comforting to know that the late Lady Forrester still is in this hall, at least in part.
Man. That really got me, but is she pandering because she's lying?
Yeah, make an insight check. Twig, are you gonna make one?
She ain't inciting this. She's hook, line, and sinker.
Really? Okay. Well, Lila's gonna. She's also like, but pandering. 25.
No, she said she wasn't pandering. Why would she lie? What the hell, Lila?
Exactly.
Okay. 25. So, with a 25, she is definitely. You don't see as much desperation on them. You can see her husband is nervous. But you're not exactly sure why. I mean, there's nothing. He hasn't spiked at anything that she said. He's just kind of been nervous since he stepped forward. But Lady Elwyn herself, she is keen to receive this land back, but for her, it's more so you can just tell that she desires to be home very badly. And probably from Lila's near encounter with losing a parent, there's probably some people that she'd like to bury there as well.
Okay. Yeah, Lila would lean over to Twig and say, her husband seems a little nervous. I'm not sure why, but she seems earnest.
All right. If you are to take this port back, I would ask that it's on one condition. At least temporarily. I understand, if I'm correct, that is, that historically it was operated more as a private port. But I think at least for a good few years to come, Talamir is going to need as much, well, support and openness as it can. And so, although I'd be open for renegotiation later, I would appreciate if it was a public port, at least for the time being.
Of course. In fact, we'll need all the resources we can get in order to rebuild. I have some individuals that I met along the way that would be more than happy to provide the resources necessary to invest in the town. If you wish it to be so, it will be so.
I think a little investment is definitely needed, so I will grant you this.
And you can see that she smiles and nods and sort of squeezes her husband hand and says, "Me and my Lord husband Cedric are both eternally grateful that you would bestow this gift upon us. Thank you, Lady Forrester." And will nod, and you can see Lord Cedric still doesn't say anything, but he does bow his head, nodding. And provided there's nothing else, the two of them will leave.
I'm so curious what he was all sweaty about.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's also probably just nerds. Just you're asking for a lot.
Yeah, that's true. But what if that's not it?
Nah, for real. I feel you. I feel you. Ports are powerful, right? Like that's a big access point, you know.
And also just like controlling trade and shit, you know.
Yeah. And I think it bodes well though that she's OG, you know.
Yeah. That's why I was
Her
just
name's
curious.
Elwyn, man, so she has to be good.
Exactly. And
By
there's a lot
law.
of things getting Twig to just say yes in that last one.
Well, that was a pretty good inside check though, Lila. So.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it. Yeah, we're fine. We're good.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I'm like.
I know, right? We have to like corner her later, you know.
Yeah. Corner him, see if he's still sweaty.
Oh yeah, corner him. I feel like she'd have too much of a poker face, you know. She's old, she's wise. We don't need that shit. We know.
As each person has come up, I will say, like, Nalfian is, like, noting, like, did they have an entourage of people with them? Did they have, like, a quote-unquote guard? Like, are they armed? Are they not armed? Like, I know he garnered some information from his initial, but just, you know, mental notes he's making.
Nice, yeah. Mental note after mental note. You can see that most of the individuals that leave the line, they do join the seating. They don't leave the throne room. They sort of sit and watch to kind of see it unfold. But yeah, there are some guards in the room that came with the houses. Those are armed, but they're staying back near the back of the throne. They don't get anywhere close to Twig.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Aside from what I told you earlier, though, that's still true. Okay. All right. Next up, you see two men approach. You can see both of them sort of holding each other's arms, same way as Lord and Lady Fortwin did. Two half-elven men. You can see they have different complexions. One a little bit more pale golden, the other one a little bit more of a burnished amber. Long, sort of like platinum blonde, and the other one sort of long auburn red. The two approach, and one dressed in a bit more flamboyant attire, so to speak. The other one wearing much more muted colors, with bits and pieces of chainmail and armor. You can see the first one begins to speak, the one with the sort of golden hue and platinum blonde hair.
My Lady Forrester, it is my great honor to finally make your acquaintance. My name is Lord Giadon Tambers, and this is my Lord husband, Lord Lyre Tambers.
And both of them give small bows.
As I'm sure you will know, being well studied in history, and
you see he sort of stops and looks down to the ground, and you can see Lord Lyre looks to him and says,
just say it. I'm sure you're very well to know about history, judging from your escapades in the Kingdoms and Castles tournament. I know that we ourselves have no cards. I'm sorry. I had this whole thing prepared, but I just really feel like I'm getting off on the wrong foot here. Our house has never been one of note. It has never been great warriors. It has never been great anything, really. It never grew. It never had any ambition. And when that day of reckoning came, my family ran. They abandoned their home, the small group of people that followed them, and they left. When I learned that, when I was younger, I grew very angry. Very angry. I couldn't believe that my family would do such a thing. So for many years, within Bella Clara, which is where we found our home afterwards, I tried everything I could to get ahead, just a little bit. And the way that I found that was through various small Kingdoms and Castles tournaments. I know I shouldn't be embarrassed to say that, especially in front of a Grandmaster player such as yourself, but I would like to right the wrong of my family, and I would understand if you wouldn't wish to honor a claim from turncoats. But I promise you, I would care for the people that would be under my watch. I would care greatly for them, and I would make sure that House Tambers is one day worthy of having a card in such a game. And my lord husband is a great fighter, truthfully. Truthfully. He served in the military, the standing military in Bella Clara, until, well, things grew nasty there, and we needed to leave. And about that same time, we received word of the return of House Forrester. And so we left. It's just the two of us. But we would build a strong house, I promise you that. A loyal one, too. But sadly, all we have to offer is ourselves. You can see Lord Lyre says, "You already have the best knight in these realms, serving as your Lord Commander. Champion of the Green Lady. I can't compare to that, not even in my very dreams could I. But, should you want a sword sworn to you, to protect you or to protect your lands, I come from a place where money was paramount. Gold determined protection. And I know that might not be the case anymore. But I follow Jirdan. I believe in him. And judging from your actions and what you've done, I believe in you too. So it would be an honor to serve you, Lady Forrester." The two of them bow their heads at that.
Okay, I'm sensing some suspicious energy in this one, not gonna lie.
Bros is literally just a fucking nerd, like.
But they have like nothing, and they're like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna come over. We're gonna say, hey, we're Kingdoms and Castles nerds. That'll win her over. That's what I'm thinking right now. I'm like, I know. That's why Lila's gotta be the vizier.
I've played enough Commander to know that card players are master manipulators.
That too.
They
I'm
read
like,
the board. They set the pieces.
What
and
are
then
they
board
really
wipe.
asking for? Like,
I
do
don't
they just
even
want
know.
to be a part of the like if they just want to live here?
But
and
also the guy wants to be a sword as well for.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If it's just the two of them, it's not like they're doing any. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Up a house here.
Yeah, they just want to start something new.
Nah, I'm still raising an eyebrow to it. Auspicious. Other motives. What's going on? They're not just like moving from one place to the other. Also, traitors to Bianca. Fuck them.
Can Alfian like looking at the one who spoke up about, swearing his sword, like, Alfian knows a lot about swords, okay? Sometimes the make and model reflect the driver, okay?
Ooh, that's a good
analogy. Thank you. What's the sword look like? Does it look like a mercenary sword? Does it look like he, like, puts time and love into it? Does it look like he stole it off somebody else? Does it look like it matches? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's just trying to get that's Nalfian's way of getting a read on somebody.
Yeah,
have good insight.
The sword and scabbard, it is very finely made, and in fact, it's even a little gaudy. Where there's like gem encrusted, hilts, pommels, and even on the scabbard, there's some very fine stitch work into the leather. And I would say Nalfian has enough knowledge of swords and fighters and, arms and armor. He was a pretty highly ranked officer within the Bellaclaran military. Like, that's a captain's sword that he has.
Okay.
So you can tell he holds himself like he knows how to fight, and he knows how to fight well. As good as Nalfian? No, he's probably level like 8. Like he's like up there, but he's not level, anything past that.
I mean, maybe it's worth giving them this is just like Kayla giving you. It's not like Nalfian would lean backwards and be like, "Hey yo," but like maybe giving them like a trial period, like you could be here
for this amount of time, and we'll reevaluate what you've contributed to House Forrester during X amount of time, just so we can get to know you. I mean, you don't know them. Like, the other people have history here, so it's easy to kind of, like, learn more about them, even if they have been gone for so long, whereas this is definitely a family, like, they're brand new to the area.
Well, they're not. They're the turncoats. So
Well, his family was. They're not. But, like, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, yeah.
But it also could leave a bad impression that Twig Forrester lets in turncoats. Like, I know we want
I see what you're saying.
living, but, like, if we gotta think about it that way. Can I incite them?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Joe, for that information.
Yep.
24.
24. Yeah, Giordon is incredibly nervous. Liar isn't nearly as much, but Liar doesn't seem to have the same... I don't want to say the same stake, but it's just kind of... You can see there are different things that matter to each of them. Giordon is very nervous to be speaking in front of Twig. And you can tell that he has a bit of a, I mean, he has some charisma to him, where he knows how to speak, but he definitely seems nervous to be speaking in front of Twig. But in terms of ill intent, there's nothing there at all. Just nerves.
Okay. Also, one of them's name is literally Liar. Just saying.
I was thinking that too.
I think Lila would lean over, say that she doesn't, or I can guess doing character. There's no ill intent from them, but it might seem suspicious to your people if you just willingly let in the family that were turncoats. Just to think on.
I mean, I think this time, Twig will actually whisper back to Lila instead of just, like, keeping it like yeah, no, nothing's going on. This is totally just Twig just big braining this whole time.
Right.
And she'll just say,
I think Delphian's proof enough that your family was shouldn't matter.
And then
Man, it would suck if they turned out to be assholes. They better fucking not be, Joe.
turning back to the pair of them, she'll say,
As you are both from Bella Clara, in case you were not aware, but I intend to reach out and hopefully have a stronger bond between houses, between the Foresters and, well, the newly reclaimed kingdom there. And so, if you have decided to leave any disagreement or anything with the Damaris, then, well, I couldn't be certain that this is a place for you. Not to say that that's the case at all, but I believe it is something worth mentioning.
I entirely understand. And my problem has always been with the investors of Bella Clara. For Queen Damaris, whatever she planned to do, I'm sure it will be a step, many magnitudes of step better than what the investors did. But my home isn't Bella Clara. My home is Iverion. It is Talamir. And that's where I want to be. And Lord Liar sort of places a hand on his back and says, and my home is with him. Wherever he goes, I go. So please, make friendly with Queen Damaris, and I hope that between the two of you, you can make Bella Clara a much, 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 much better place. Not a high bar, though.
Damn.
No, it was shit.
Yeah. If Bianca heard that, she'd be like, you're right.
Yep. She's been anarchy since session 1, so...
Yeah, so then Tugo just kind of nod at that.
Well, in that case, I hope this is a place of redemption for you all. I'll gladly welcome you in. And as for serving as a sword for this house, if you'll forgive me, as things are still small and, I guess, slow, I can't promise you anything yet, but if perhaps you'd like to talk with and spend more time with Nalfian, I'm sure we could, well, get a better judgment of how that would go.
Yes, if whenever Sir Nalfian wishes to speak, I will make myself available for it.
Alfian not.
Thank you, Lady Forrester. Thank you for this marvelous, wonderful chance. And the two of them will bow, and they will split and head off into the stands. So at that moment, the next people to step forward is House Bicard. Yeah.
I'm gonna switch seats.
Transit.
Oh.
What?
What?
You got a little
You there, Kayla?
Yeah, you got a little robot-y there.
Oh, well, what did Ryan say?
I'm gonna switch seats.
Okay.
Oh, comfy? What's happening over there?
Switch
worry
seats
about it.
where? I'm
Yeah.
worried about it.
With hoops.
I don't know. What'd be a good spot, Joe? To switch seats to.
You switch to a different one.
Like right there?
Yep.
Yeah, south. Yes, there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nalfian, what were you gonna do?
I sorry. I think my headset's being really funky because everything went really strange a second ago. What group is stepping forward?
This is House Bicard. Next up is House
Okay.
Windwall, which is the last one. Windwill, sorry.
Okay, cool. Windwall. Yeah, okay, so I assume as every time like there's a transition in people, there would be like, I don't want to say commotion, but like noise where people are shifting and people are taking their seats and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. As that's happening, Nalfian would just like lean in, I guess before Yorick would move, and like Yorick and just so Twig can hear, and he would just like very quietly under his breath just say, "Look at House Windwill. Look at their weapons, and look at the way they hold themselves." That's it. And like, as he says that, the things that you would notice about them is that their weapons are very like poorly kept. They don't look. They look like they've kind of like found, or like some of them I would say aren't even like real swords. They're just like makeshift put together things. And like the way they're holding them just looks. Some people seem more confident, and others look like they're just holding it because they're supposed to be holding it. Like they don't. They look like mercenaries. I hope that came through. I don't know. My head's
Yeah.
really weird.
No.
Okay, it was just really quiet. Okay, just making sure.
Nah, just listening to you.
Oh, but that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, Twig will obviously like take note and try and keep that in mind where they do come up. She doesn't want to spend like too much attention of just
No.
like, what's over there?
Nah, she just wanted to say it
But,
before
yeah.
they were the next in line to approach. They were also the
I
ones
think when they
who
do
were
step
like,
up, Twig will take a better look at them, you know?
yeah, they were also the ones who just kind of seemed like kind of arms folded in the beginning. Anyway, a little gruffer.
Right.
So after that, I moved. Am I able to go back, or would they start talking before Yorick moves
No.
around, basically?
York could move back.
Cool.
What's happening?
Yeah.
Wait, so you went to another seat and then you've come back again?
Yeah.
Okay. Where the fuck did you go?
I went over there. I already explained this.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Anyways. Yeah, Yorick's gonna lean in. There's fiend energy radiating off those two. It's light, but it's there. Wind will.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
We cannot get away.
Yeah, okay. Noted.
What do you want us to do?
I mean, I suppose we should still hear them out. I wouldn't want to make a wrong call now.
They're hiding this.
There might be reasons. Just... I mean, as long as we're all on guard, it should be fine, right?
There's a lot of civilians in here. Us getting hurt's one thing. I'm more worried about all of them.
And yeah, you can see Twig is very much like born. She doesn't want to make a bad first impression on anyone here. And she also doesn't want to like unduly like cast suspicion on anyone. But she's also just like, she's very much heeding what Yorick's saying. And so like, how close are they sitting to, I guess, everyone else? You know, like Whitwell, how close are they sitting?
They're not sitting. All of the nobles were standing in a line.
Oh, okay.
So they're about 50 feet away from Twig now, where the bicards are is 20 feet away.
Right, and assuming like, you know, deals with bicards and nothing happens during that, when they leave, will it just be like the party and Winwell, or are there other people sitting in here?
Everybody stayed. Nobody's left the room.
Okay, and the people that are sitting, how far away are they from where the line is?
50 feet on each side.
Twig will then just say back to Yorick.
You'd have time to intervene though, right? If you'd be able to position yourself between them and...
There's two of them. Just depends on what they do.
I'd still like to give them a chance. Perhaps you could stand with the people that are listening in.
Do you want me to await your command, or just jump in if I see a need?
I trust your judgment. And I know there's two of them, but...
There's also two of
I
us.
also...
We're standing right here. We're not gonna let anything happen.
I
If you
know,
want to hear
but-
them out, Twig, we'll be here.
I know. Protecting me is one thing, but those other people is a different thing.
Absolutely.
Twig, we can protect them too. You're able to do that as well.
Right.
Alright.
Yeah, she'll still kind of give Yorick a little nod.
Yorick's gonna move over to stand with the people, and for the record, he's gonna hold his action to cast Fear if either of them do anything suspicious to try and lock them down in place.
Okay.
So I told you got it covered.
All right.
Let's hope you're right.
So House Bicart
okay.
approaches, and you can see an older, much older man, human in his 60s or 70s, wrinkled, long white hair, long white beard, wearing full plate armor. And you can see a much younger woman standing next to him, probably in her, early 20s. The two of them look very similar in appearance. The younger woman definitely seems to be like his daughter. You can see she's very shifty, very nervous, very like eyes sort of darting back and forth. You can see like a few flyaways on top of her head as she seems really nervous, but the older man doesn't seem to be nearly as nervous at all. He just kind of has that old man energy of, I'm here I am, as he approaches, and he gives a small bow and he says,
Lady Forrester, it is my great honor to present myself, Lord Thaddeus Bicard, and my daughter, Lady Isolde Bicard. You see, I myself fought valiantly for the Forrester name many years ago, and I was but a wee lad, and for many years I fought in knights' tourneys in Tarkir, mainly near the southern border. You see, I always found the southern border had much more interesting tourneys. The Makovians, they brought an interesting flair.
I'm sorry,
to
sir, but unfortunately, we do have quite a bit of voices to be heard today, and I do not mean to interrupt or disrespect, but...
Oh, yes, of course. My daughter does tell me I do have a tendency to prattle on and on and on and on. I will move to my point post-haste.
Alfie looks to his daughter.
Yes, what my father was trying to say was, he was but a young man when the lands were attacked, and the houses were broken apart, and his father and mother at the time decided to seek refuge in Tarkir, and so they did that. I'm prattling on now too. I'm doing the same thing he did. Sorry. Let me... And she just kind of stops talking and closes her eyes. My father has fought in the Knights' Tourneys for a very long time near the southern border. So much so that any of the retainers of the house left him behind. And now it is just him and I, as well as 20 or so others. While he's mostly done knights' tourneys and sustained quite a few head injuries over the years, he's still staunchly loyal and...
Yes, it's exactly right what I was saying. You see, Lady Forrester, I had no knowledge of your return near the southern border, and I feel as though I could not live with myself to know the blood of my lady returned to this throne, returned to this place, and I did not serve out the last few years of my life fighting back whatever blight tries to creep up from the dark recesses of this place to ensure my lady's safety. That is what I'm here to offer. All I ask, it is not for a great house. It is not for a keep or a city. Merely just somewhere to rest my head. And some place for my daughter. Sadly, her mother is no longer with us. And I would hate to see her befall some cruel fate due to her father's tendencies.
Well,
I mean, not to kind of ask for him, but like I know the name didn't ring any bells in terms of like forester research. But if this guy has been doing a bunch of tourneys, would that ring a bell for anything? Like,
yeah, how
he's,
long
like,
ago were
supposedly-
those? Because there's no
Yeah.
way he was doing them recently.
I feel like Nalfian read a lot of. I mean, we read a lot of books when we were doing all the studying for knights and stuff.
That's a good point.
Does his name ring any bells?
Yeah, I'll say, Twig, yours was mostly related to houses, and whatever size house Bicard was, it was rather small. So you probably, I'll have you make a history check with disadvantage, but Nalfian, considering your knowledge of knights, I'll have you make one with advantage.
A history check?
With advantage, yeah.
Oh, lordy.
I mean, I feel bad because I feel like Twig's already rolled for this, so I'm happy to just leave it to Nalfian.
I don't feel bad. He just wants to make sure he's being helpful to her.
16?
Yeah.
And then Twig, go ahead and roll with disadvantage. We'll see what you... As he approaches and talks about his story, that might, has a chance to ring some bells. 7? Sadly, no. House Bicard? Not a clue. Nalfian, though, you do remember hearing of I guess there were whispers in Hearthcrest of knights who had competed in the tourney in the past and who, had made a name for themselves. And there was one knight in particular known as Mithril Skull Thaddeus. Took many strikes to the head, but he always got back up.
Those unprotected chair shots do a number to you.
And people were hoping that even though he was older, he would show up, because no matter how old he got, he would always get back up. Anytime he got knocked down.
Wait, I want to keep him.
Mom!
I
was already on that bandwagon, man.
And also, you would have heard a couple of tales of another Thaddeus near the southern border, but the tales you heard of that Thaddeus were so different, you just assumed they were different knights, as this one really didn't participate in any tourneys. Nobody would allow him to. So he would just sit and drink and really do nothing all day. He would talk. He was very chatty, apparently, but Thaddeus the drinker. You assumed that they were two different people, but judging from the stories and what he said, you assume they're probably the same guy.
Well, Nalfian probably wouldn't really want him to compete anymore for his own well-being. But might be good to give some advice to the youngsters if they can stay awake during the storytelling.
Oh wow.
Can I figure out what the daughter's deal is? Like, she seems particularly frazzled. Is it because her dad stresses her out, or like what's going on there?
Make an insight check.
Because I'm really curious. I'm like, what is she? We've had a few people that are. I mean, I get being nervous, I guess, but like particularly nervous. Oh, this one's not as good. 19. I guess that's still good.
It seems deeper than the courtroom. Not the courtroom, sorry. It seems deeper than the court. It seems as though this just might be a personality trait for her.
Ah, she deals with regular anxiety.
Yeah,
I
chronic
see.
anxiety.
Okay.
Yeah.
A kindred spirit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Nalf would like kind of lean over his shoulder and give like a what? That's all he can contribute. Cute old man. Can't do any harm.
Watch him do all the harm.
Well, Nalf will take him out
It's
first.
all an act. They were actually the fiends. Yark got it wrong. Yeah, Twig will just give a nod as they're wrapping up their story and hearing no qualms from the rest of the party.
I would like House Forrester to be known as a place of refuge for those that need it, for those that are lost. And so, of course, if you come here only wishing, as you said, for a place to be able to rest your head, I'd like that to be something that is assumed rather than asked for these lands. So, of course, I can ask for arrangements to be made for both of you to be able to stay here in Okan.
You do me and my family name too many kindnesses. My lady, thank you.
What's the one in Hamlet? Thou doth protest too much. Polonius? He's giving Polonius.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this 45-minute story about...
Let me go get stabbed behind a curtain real quick.
No, tragic end for him.
Sorry.
All right, no, you're good. Oh my god, these fucking bug bites, dude! I swear to God.
Done.
All right.
As the transition's happening again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now he's just gonna take a step closer to Twig, but also a little bit more in front of Twig, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Like a catty corner now, as opposed to right next to her, where you're kind of like,
Yeah.
right at the edge where the
he's
steps
about-
are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You see two humans approach. Both of them, the clothes that they wear seem to be of less wealth, less, standing. And you can see the man and woman approach. As the man approaches, he says,
Lady Forrester, it is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Lord Dorian Windwill, and this is my wife, Lady Amara Windwill. I'm afraid I must be incredibly honest with you in this moment. After seeing your generosity and kindness, not just of yourself, but of the individuals you surround yourself with, I must apologize that me and my wife have deceived you. We are not of a noble house. Windwill is just our last name. And after your journey into the Hells, we had assumed the worst of how you may look upon us, regardless of your current companions. You see, we served, both of us, as mercenaries within the siege of Oakcairn. This one, to reclaim it. We were in Dragon's Bay, and when we heard the call to help reclaim a keep for the Lady of House Forrester and individuals who'd been heralded by the College of Hearthcrest for such great honors, we saw an opportunity, and we were wrong to try and claim it. We have no claim to any great houses or lands, no noble blood in our lineage. And you see, Lady Amara shares a similar look of kind of defeat and sadness in her eyes, both feeling a little bit ashamed. We would ask that you just give us permission to leave. Leave Talamir, leave Oakcairn, for deceiving you as such. It betrays the ideals of your court. And you can see both of them sort of reach for their fingers, and they both pull off rings. And you can see the human forms
shed, and you can see 2 tieflings. One of a deep, deep, deep orange, and the other of a light pale blue. And you can see, I mean, now it's very clear. They wear mercenary weapons and armor. Nalfian, that was something you noticed almost immediately. And, you know, York and Nalfian, you both watched them get more and more nervous after each verdict. And they just sort of bow their heads.
Does everybody in their little group have a ring?
Not everybody in their group. They only had a few people come in with them, and you can see the people that came in with them are shocked.
No.
So, but they're just tieflings. They're not devils.
Correct. They're just tieflings.
I think Twig will speak honestly without even waiting for any counsel here. Seeing as they've just completely shut down and been like, yeah, let's just leave. So she'll speak up.
I think if anything, you've shown the opposite virtue. You've shown great honesty in coming here and admitting that perhaps it was initially as a form of deceit, as you said. And I think that honesty is something to be valued. And as you said, you were individuals that had helped to fight and to reclaim this place. And that is not something that needs to go unrewarded. You're not bound to this place. You could freely leave, of course, if you so choose to. But if you'd like, Hollomere still would need a standing force of people to be able to protect this place should anything happen, and well, considering the state of the world currently, more than likely we'll need to do so in future. I have a few trustworthy knights, and I know they can do a lot. But a house needs more than just knights to serve it and to be able to protect it. And I'd love to be able to get that protection from you, should you wish to say.
See the 2, they look to each other, and Lady Amara looks up to you and says,
Lady Forrester, if you would wish that of us, we would gladly serve in that way. There are others we know in Dragon's Bay. Others who would see that aiding you in this is a great purpose. We can help. We will do everything we can. Thank you for showing mercy in that way.
Of course. And just as obviously there's initial shock for those people that were like with them, discovering they were tieflings. But I mean, do any of them still seem like sussed out by them or anything? Like
a little bit, you know. I mean, not like nothing too ridiculous, but definitely some narrowed eyes coming from the people that had, you know, partied up together with them.
yeah, okay. So she'll just tag on at the end.
Like I said previously, I'd like for Ptolemy to be a place of refuge. For a place where people are unafraid to come to ask for help when they feel like they've previously been denied it, or otherwise cast aside. So if anything, people that disagree with that, those are the ones that would have no place here.
can see with that, they both nod very graciously. And with that judgment, they will stand, and the two of them will begin to leave at that, not really understanding the decorum of court as the doors are shut, as they sort of walk towards it and sort of pause and look. And Isabella looks to you, Twig, and says that if there's nothing else you wish to, well, I suppose she would have come around to the side and comes up to you and says,
If there's nothing else that you wish to say to them, to any of the people, you can dismiss the court now, but you have to dismiss it. You can just say that the court has been dismissed. That's fine.
And she'll like stand up for this.
If there are no other matters that anyone here would like me to hear, then this court is dismissed.
with that, you can see all the people stand. Danny and Trouble open the doors, and people begin to flood out. As all of the people leave, the doors shut behind them, and it's just you and your companions that are left.
Twig immediately, as soon as like everyone's like turned and left, doors closed again, we'll just sink back into the chair and just like give out like a big like kind of huff of just like, man, that was such a spotlight for so long. I am not doing this again. No.
That was a great job, Twig, for your first time. Wow, and pretty lucky. These are all kind of wonderful people.
I mean, I'm glad I was a little nervous there at the end, but
Well, you can never be too careful.
no.
I don't think it's a bad thing to just... Unfortunately, sometimes people will say anything to get what they want. And I love that you are so trusting and so willing and so giving. And I love everything that you want to do with Talamir. But we also want to make sure that you're safe and the people here are safe too. But you did a very good job today. You should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you. And I do mean it to be thankful to, well, I guess all of you. Well, Yorick and Alfian for making sure everyone here was, I guess, here with the right intention.
Yeah, no worries.
And, of course, to you, Lila, I feel like you are much better at greeting people than, well, any of us.
I'm always happy to help, but you're very gifted at that too. You did good. Really good.
Thanks.
And now what does the lady wish to do today? To relax and rest after that stressful court.
Well, I will say, at this point...
Oh, never mind. You don't get to.
Well, midday is approaching, and Yorick, you hear a message from Aventahala. She says,
I'm ready. Tell me where to go, and I'll be there.
Can't hear you.
No, Yorick's mouthing words. That's the joke. He's like,
Oh, I legit was like, you okay?
Oh. Hey guys, she wants to order meat. Is there a good spot?
Now looks at Twig.
Is she walking in or teleporting?
You know she's not walking in.
Well, I mean, she could just come here, right?
Alright, and this would be like the main audience chamber? Yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah, just right where I am. The main audience chamber, right here. Can you tell where I am?
She uses sinning again.
Yeah.
Fail this wisdom saving throw.
Damn.
Allow me to see through your eyes for just a moment. She's going to cast scrying.
Okay.
You fail the saving throw?
Sure do.
All right.
Fail
6
the
seconds
saving
later, a
Spike
fiery
hits everyone. Fuck.
a fiery
no.
portal opens up on the ground. It doesn't leave any scorch marks behind, but
Okay, good.
rising
I'll
from
clean
it,
that.
you all see the very familiar but long since you've seen her Aventahala. I am sorry it has been so long. And I know that while you were in the hells, there was probably much you saw. Much you learned that I'm sure gives you many questions about me and my intentions.
You could say that. Anything you want to say before we get to that? Just want to get off your chest.
Yes. I know that apologies can seem as though they come from nowhere sometimes, and they are without meaning, but genuinely, Yorick, I am very sorry for not being as honest with you as I wish I could have been. And with Zariel dead now, and Osmodeus no longer in the hells, I have a feeling that you know the truth. I know you, and I am sure that you tried to and found my contract with Zariel.
In my defense, it was kind of an accident. I just took it while I had the chance.
I know. All of you have some serendipitous luck, but you have to understand that should something have happened to you, and my only way out of that contract would have been completing it. And if I would have told you anything, I would have lost so much progress after so many years, and I was scared. And I should have trusted you more. And I'm sorry for not. But I was scared. Scared that I would be trapped forever.
I understand fear better than most people do. This whole thing with us, it's just been bad thing after bad thing. But maybe things are finally starting to turn out. And New York will pull out the stone. The moss-covered runic one.
You can see her eyes go wide. She can feel it as she now sees it. You found it.
Yeah, it was right next to his throne. Little shit.
You can see many years of angry thoughts all leave with one exhale. Yorick, I would give you your soul back now.
if you would give me that.
That was the deal, wasn't it?
It was. And you can
I do
see.
have to ask you something, though.
Yeah, you can see she does take out her great sword, and the pommel of the sword she kind of unscrews, and out of the haft of the blade, she pulls this small vial with no cap on it. It is just this vial of glass, and within it there is and it's like lightning in a bottle. This arcing back and forth symbiote almost of energy and life that shifts from blue to green to yellow to gold.
It's weird, they don't look like much, do they?
No. But they mean so much.
I know you did some things you're not proud of, but there is something I just have to ask. My great-great-great-grandparents that you made the deal with, when it was time Sorry. It's hard for both of us, yeah.
What I can tell you about them, Yorick, they did not suffer in the hells. Not at all.
It's good enough for me. Oh, sorry. It's been a whole thing since I last saw you. I met your sister.
Sister?
Yeah. She's really nice. I like her a lot. She, we found her in the hells. When you were taken, apparently, there was a time where you were up in the material plane, and she came down to the material plane from the Feywild to try and kind of catch you, cleanse you, take you back. But Osmodeus and some of his cronies got her. She was in Malbogi.
I remember that, but it wasn't... It was a monster. It was a hag that attacked me.
That's what he turned her into.
What was her name?
Elendara.
I know that name. I will be so happy when I am relieved of this fiendish curse and the scars of his malice. She's in the Feywild now, you said?
Yes, but the Feywild isn't doing very well right now. So I'd go there as soon as you can.
Well then, I suppose it's time for our contract to end, Yorick Nassim.
Dude, Aventahala of the Feywild. For what it's worth, you really were a good teacher. And I don't know. Maybe we got lucky. Maybe we both had a part in fate's plans. Or maybe we just had an effect on each other. Either way, if it's alright with you, I just hope it's not goodbye.
It won't be. But, Yorick, with you giving me that, and me giving you your soul back, I have one request.
Shoot.
If the Feywild is dying, and if I go there to be with my sister, there may be a chance that I don't return. I would like if you would keep a small part of me with you. And I would like to keep a small part of the Hells with me.
Why?
I never want to forget not only the way that the Hells made me feel, but what it taught me. And with that mark on me, I still believe I'd have some power left to try and help Elendara and the Feywild. The fiend of Ventahala is much more powerful than the Dryad. And if I should perish, then at least a bit of the Feywild survives.
Well, I hate to keep piling on stuff, but couldn't call you in the Hells. Tried multiple times. I let Glacia live.
Does she want to speak?
No. Not yet. Like you. Like you, I think she just needs some time to heal. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll be forced to fight her again, but I think she's starting to see what life could be.
For every one drop of Osmodeus in her, there is an equal drop of me. So hopefully.
it's time.
And she will hand you the small vial, your soul, and you can feel as soon as it makes contact with your palm, there is this surge, this life you feel within it. And you hand her the stone?
Yep.
Okay. As you hand her the stone, you can see she places it up against her heart, and as you just instinctually mimic her placing that vial against yours, you feel it seep through the armor. You feel it dissolve. And what all of you see is this swirl of green and red energy coalesce around the two of them. This powerful manipulation of soul magic. It creates a torrent, a whirlwind, as both of them are lifted slightly up off the ground, spun in different directions slowly, and eventually sat back down on the ground. Yorick still looks the same generally, built the same, but Ryan, do you want to say maybe what looks a little different about Yorick?
Yeah, it's not a huge change. Like Joe said, shape, tail, horns, the main kind of characteristics of Yorick are very much the same. The only really big difference is where before he had smooth green skin, a la like any other tiefling you would see. Instead, you see it much more scaly, more reptilian. Most of you remember that both of Yorick's parents are Yanti. And you see now that as he kind of takes this newer form, he seems to be a little bit of the hybrid of the two races, but still very much looking like Yorick.
That's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you.
And as Yorick falls and the dust clears around him, opposite him is, well, an individual that you only recognize as Aventahala due to the shape of the face and the color of the hair. The woman that lands on the ground has long, stark white hair, hues of green and gray in her skin. She wears clothing of red and black and green. And you can see that bits and pieces of her hand and palm are almost decayed, skeletal to a degree. As you see not Aventahala, the devil, but Aventahala, the dryad of death.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Nice color scheme, nice armor.
That's good.
I like it.
Can see she takes a deep breath. No horns on her head.
I feel free.
And Yorick, as you reach into your bag, preparing to grab that contract, you can see it slowly begins to turn to embers and then ash. As Aventahala's contract was bound to a devil. It was bound to a different person. And now that she has changed, her soul literally changed. It's no longer bound to her in that way. The contract turns to dust and ash. And Aventahala is free.
Does Yorick feel okay? Because I remember there was a bunch of talk about not feeling complete, feeling empty.
York, you definitely feel a void to a degree. A part of yourself has left with that shifting. And the form that you have, I mean, there's a big part of it now that is missing. Having given so much back to Aventahala, you feel okay. But there is definitely something there that could be filled. Perhaps over time, naturally it will grow. But, perhaps there's something else that could be used to fill that void. But that's something that's entirely up to York. York doesn't feel any sickness or any weakness. He just feels, maybe in that one part in his heart, just a little bit more apathy than normal, but nothing too noticeable at all.
Copy that. York will just kind of look over to her. Guess the hells have no power over either of us anymore.
I suppose not. And she'll walk over to you, York, and she'll hug you. Yep, called it.
I didn't want to be like, can you guys hug or something? But I was like, feels right.
Yeah.
Yeah, York will return it. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you.
And I wouldn't be free without you. And as the two of you part from the hug, she sort of looks around. And she'd looked at Twig. She has enough knowledge of the material plane. This isn't York's keep. This is
What do you mean?
Forest Fair.
I could have a keep if I wanted.
I will say though, like,
Mhm.
Twig was obviously watching the whole interaction with Aventahala and Yorick and all that. As soon as Aventahala looks at Twig, Twig looks away.
She notices but doesn't choose to comment on it. She says,
Intimidating lady.
Lady Forrester, what is your favorite flower?
I mean, I think with that, like, took slowly just look back at her. And she will pull the black rose that's been in her hair forever, because I guess it died. I think that was the thing that was established. Yeah. And she will take it out, and I think I'm getting the story correct, but she'll just say,
I mean, I would save a black rose like this one. It was important to, well, someone important to me. And, well, it was something that Elowen used to show me of myself.
She nods and she looks up to the ceiling, and you can see just like a painter with a brush as she slowly reaches her hand up and around all of the vines and growth along the ceiling and walls. Anywhere her hand passes, those roses begin to sprout and grow just around the entirety of the ceiling. Well, there you go. A court of black roses.
yeah,
And the Knight of Thorns.
dumbstruck.
Hey, fist bump,
It's
York.
gonna catch on.
Wow. She's just gonna stare there a bit dumbstruck for a moment, and just look back to her again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And she looks to Nalfian and Lila and will just say,
There is no greater gift that I can give to the two of you than the ones you've already received from Corellian and from the Green Lady herself.
I don't think any gifts are in order, honestly. I'm glad York was able to help you.
she'll smile at that.
Yeah, Nalfian, having had strong feelings matter, he looks at Yorick and back to Aventahala. He did a good thing. Thank you for everything you've done for Yorick.
Well, Aventahala, I hope you take this in the spirit in which it is given. Go home.
Gladly. And you can see, instead of this ring of fire that encircles her, you can see leaves and vines sprouting from the ground, petals of flowers rotating around her, covering her, and then she vanishes. The petals fall to the ground and slowly begin to float up and around the room. Almost like some of them letting off these little, like, I don't want to say spores because Morcello was here and that's a bad vibe, but like, you know, the really cute plants from Minecraft?
Pollen.
Yeah,
the
pollen.
little flowers.
Yeah. They
Or
start
like
to-
petals?
Yeah,
Petals
just
of
like
pollen?
petals and little pollen just like floating around.
Dandelion little things like floating.
And as Aventahala leaves and all of you are left there for a moment, I know you all are going to be okay with it, but is everybody okay if we play for like 20 more minutes?
It's fine.
In the same exact spot as Aventahala left, Thunderbolt, Varnas appears.
Oh my god.
Oh god, was anyone standing there?
Jesus.
Everybody's cool with that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I'll be mad if we don't.
All right.
Nah, I'm
Hold
good.
you personally responsible.
All right. So, what I will say is the rest of the day does pass. Varnast is unable to come today because today is when he casts the spell for the Wanderers.
Salamander Coast.
Yeah, for Salamander Coast. I was trying to remember the name of the group.
Who are they?
So he would send you a message, Lila, considering that it was, you know, a person that you lost, and will say,
I will arrive in your location tomorrow. Where are you? And inform those that are there that I will be arriving. If they see storm clouds, it's not a bad omen, it's just me.
She'll respond. We're in Ptolemyr at Oakhorn Keep. I'll let Lady Twig know so she can inform everybody of your arrival. And Lila will do that. Hey Twig, tomorrow, storm clouds. Tell everybody.
Which one was Varnast?
What?
Twig will pull out his card.
Oh, the card. I was like,
No, Twig is like pulling out like the Varda's card. Like she knows exactly where every card in her deck is. She's gonna pull it out and like, you know, as if it's some important document, she's gonna be holding it like with both like little hands, you know. Just kind of present it like this.
Is she gonna get him to sign it before
She
bringing
already
Severin
did.
back to life? When did Varnas
Did
sign
she?
it?
Because it was a thing, like, he was there with Alec for something. I can't remember if it was for the tourney or for when, like,
Well, they went to
Twig's
go talk to
birthday
the
happened.
college. I just didn't think Varnas was at the tournament, so I just didn't think he signed it.
Yeah, because he wasn't there. It was his boyfriend.
No, he wasn't at. Oh yeah, he wasn't at the tourney. But I do remember it being a thing. I'm sure it was a thing. I think it might have been at Twig's birthday when like Alec was there.
Oh.
That
I think they
okay.
came
That
together.
might have happened. That sounds familiar.
All right, so signing a card. Regardless, the rest of the day passes. All of you sleep, and you wake up the next morning.
Lila would have asked that night, knowing that Varnas is coming, for Yorick and Alfian to help with the ritual, just so we don't have to ask that when the ritual's happening.
Done.
Alrighty, sounds good. So eventually the next day comes, and towards the middle of the morning, right before lunch, all of you look outside and you can see dark clouds beginning to form. And with a massive crack of thunder and lightning appearing near the keep is Varnast. He approaches all of you after being let in by Isabella and will say,
If all of you are ready, we can begin.
I believe we're ready.
Good. Now, I'm sure that due to the cruel nature of the lives we live, you are already familiar with a process like this, but just in case you aren't, I will begin the ritual, and then 3 offerings need to be made. Lila, I would request that your offering be last, as it will be you that attempts to call Zevran back to us. All right?
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to move somewhere more open, if that's all right.
We'll follow you.
All right.
Yeah, you're in charge, man.
All right. Now follow me then.
and you can see he steps out and begins sort of walking with purpose towards a larger, more open glade outside of the keep, a little bit into the forest where there's a bit of a bigger clearing, and you can see the land here is a little bit more flat, as this isn't exactly perfect, but it's pretty close.
Oh, it's cute.
Hey, that's where we got Shep from.
Oh, the weird sheep.
So ignore the sheep.
I like them though.
Yeah.
Hard to ignore.
I want to ignore the sheep.
You
I
can
never got to
see
meet
that
Shep.
Varnast, he as all of you approach, he sort of raises his hands up into the air, and you can see thunder and lightning begin to sort of emanate in small doses from his hands and near his face as the storm clouds begin to swirl above, and rain begins to fall. And then thunder can be heard. Now, the puddle very quickly turns into this almost lake. And as soon as it forms a fairly sizable, 30, 40 feet in diameter, Varnast will step forward, and he'll step on top of the water as he continues to cast the spell. And as he does, with the spell reaching its ramping period, as now he begins to concentrate on it, he looks towards the group of you and says,
You may now begin to make your offerings. Whoever is first, please step forward.
You or me, Alfian?
I can go first.
Alright.
Yeah. So Malfian steps forward.
Alrighty. Now, as you step forward, you can see right now Varnas stands near the back end, not nearly in the center. And in the lake itself, you can see this, as if it's very, very, very deep within this lake, this slight shimmering of a form. I mean, you know that it's Zevran, but you can barely make out his appearance. So you step forward.
Just as a clarifying point, Joe, I've only ever had to do this one other time.
Mm-hmm.
So can we just have like a quick refresher on how this works before we jump in?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, not to make this really gamify. I just need to know. I don't really remember how this works, and I won't want to fuck up.
No, that's okay. So, how it works is there are 3 offerings that are made to bring the dead person back. You will make an offering, and then I'll ask you to make some type of skill check depending on what you're doing. There might be advantage, there might be disadvantage, there's factors that go into it, and there is a flat DC that your roll has to beat. If your roll beats it, then it lowers the overall DC of the resurrection ceremony by 2. So theoretically, if the DC starts out at 14 and Nalfian rolls a 16, then the DC for the resurrection ceremony goes down to 12. So it goes down by 2. And then after your offering, Yorick's offering, and Lila's offering, I then roll a d20, and that d20 roll has to beat the new DC after everybody's attempts. So if all 3 of you succeed, a DC of 14 would go down to 8. So then I just need to roll an 8 or higher at the end.
Cool. Sorry guys, I just need a little bit of that.
No, you're good.
And he doesn't have to give like a physical thing, right?
Nope. Can
Alright,
be,
cool.
but doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Okay. So Nafin's gonna step forward and he's gonna reach into his pocket and he's gonna pull out the envelope. He's not gonna open it or anything, but he's gonna hold that in front of him. And he's gonna say, just out loud, you know, for a second, I thought I was gonna have to be the one to give this to her, but I realized if I did that, that would be solidifying the outcome. And that's not what I want. This isn't for me to do. This is for you. So I'm gonna hold on to this because I'm going to personally hand it back to you. So that way you can feel joy of what that moment is like. So you can fill your cup to the brim. And he's gonna tuck it back into his pocket. And then he's going to pull out a like scrawled piece of parchment. I couldn't find the exact book, but I found a song based off of the night you told me about. And so I'm going to read it to you, Zevran. In Illica's embrace, neath whispering trees, Sir Emmerich stood tall, hearts and souls to appease. With lance named verdant thorn, armor agleam, he vowed neath the green lady's watchful esteem. Peace in the forest, whispers in the trees, here's to Sir Emmerich, who set our hearts at ease. For leaf, for vine, for ground neath skies so light, a toast to the night who ended the Blight's night. A sorceress dark with blight in her grasp turned life into dust, each breath a gasp. Yet Emmerich rode forth through danger untold, for the love of the land, brave, fierce, and bold. Against twisted spire, under curse's shadow, he fought with a heart pure, never hollow. With final blows struck, his fate was sealed, and sacrifice great, the land was healed. It's that line, for me, Severin. He fought with a heart pure, never hollow, and sacrifice great, the land was healed. For in his fall a legacy was born, a tale of love, of duty sworn. You told me that night that you wanted to be brave. You wanted to be like Sir Emmerich. And I think you are. I think you were ready to sacrifice everything. For the land, for your people, for the person you love the most. There's nothing more brave than someone willing to sacrifice themselves for everything else. You are as great of a knight as Sir Emmerich himself. And I cannot wait for the day that I can say that to your face, shake your hand, and give this back to you. He pats his pocket again.
Nalfian, as the words of the song of Sir Emmerich, they dance across the lake. You can see, almost as if the raindrops falling shift and change to aid in the telling of the story. You see a horse galloping across a corrupted glade. You see a lance impaling the heart of a hag. You see thorns sprouting, and an explosion, and a solid statue of Sir Emmerich. With that, Nalfian, I'd like you to make a performance check with advantage with your reading of the poem.
Okay, well, thank God for that. Oh my God. Can I...
Sorry, that sound with the music playing.
That's fine. Can I roll not virtual dice for this?
You want to roll not
This
virtual
feels-
dice?
Yeah.
This is...
This is fucked up. I'm not trying to be the reason why he dies again. It doesn't
You
feel
wouldn't
good
die
the first-
again, he would just stay dead. There's
Yeah,
a
well...
difference.
Thank you, right.
You're welcome.
It's fine, I guess. It's kind of bullshit, but it's fine. Whatever. I'm mad.
Are we going to roll the physical dice?
No, that's cheating. It's fine.
Oh, okay. With
I mean,
a-
it's not fine, but I'll kill myself later about it.
With a 13, Nalfian, as you tell the story, you can see those thorns, those vines of Sir Emmerich sink into the water. You can see they reach down to the bottom and grip a hold of that echo of a form of Zevran. And you can see it slowly begins to lift him up as you succeeded. Zevran has never died before, so the
Thank
DC
God.
is not nearly as high as it would be for some of you. With that, Nalfian, you step back, and for just a moment, you feel this coolness, this scent of lavender rush across the glade. The Green Lady, there to aid in that telling of Sir Emmerich, her knight, and Sir Nalfian, her knight now. So York, as Nalfian steps back, you step forward.
York walks over to the edge of this pond now, pulls out the immovable rod, clicks it, and he takes a seat on it as he looks down into the water. Sorry, I'm just really tired. I'm gonna sit while I do this. You understand, right? Hi. By the way, this is Yorick. I know I look a little bit different now, but this is still me. I look like my dad now. It was a whole thing. I wish you could have been there for it. You know, I shouldn't have followed Nalfian because that was like really good. I stayed up last night and I wrote like 20 sheets of paper of what to say, and like I hated all of it. It sucked. So I'm just gonna kind of spitball this. You know, Zev, none of y'all really knew me when I was young, but, you know, Yorick in Ancient Macavian actually translates to the Young Conqueror. I thought that was just a cool thing, but, you know, as I grew up and I had ambition, I let all these thoughts and ideas enter into my head. And there was a point where I thought, you know, maybe I was going to help House Nasine, you know, conquer Macavia, take it back. And then, you know, maybe I was going to conquer the Hells, get my soul back that way. You know, conquer and defeat the Dark One. There was always something that I felt I had to just defeat. That I had to prove myself, you know? And then I met all of you guys. And I saw how everyone treated the world, how everyone looked at it. How the experiences we all had, how they all helped us to grow. How we changed. It wasn't until very recently that I realized, you know, the only thing I needed to conquer was myself. That I was the thing standing in my own way. And, you know, I have everyone here to thank for that. You too. I thought it was weird when you first joined us. Just like, I wasn't sure if it was like you were just like this escort or like some sort of spy. But you quickly won me over, you know? You were just so sincere about everything. You were so interested. You were so curious. And like, I love that because I'm also very curious because I don't know most things like you do. And I just saw your sincerity seep into like every action. You didn't even hold it against me when I balefired you that one time, which was very big of you, and I appreciate that. But man, we're not done yet, man. There's still so much ahead for both you and me, for all of us. You know, I know you were ready to sacrifice yourself down there in the Hells to help all of us, to help the world. And I know how hard it was for you to tell us the truth, that maybe you were scared that you were putting yourself above literally everyone else. But I'm glad you told us the truth. It allowed us to find another way. We all got out of there, and now we're going to bring you back out of this. Your story's not over yet, Zevran. There's too much you have to do. And he'll reach down and he'll pull out this little bag and he'll unwrap it. And like Yorick has made continuously, there's a small amethyst statue of Zevran in the middle of this really cool pose, casting a spell, whatever his signature spell casting pose is. The story's just not over yet. You helped me get to mine, I'm gonna help you get to yours now. And glancing at the bottom, Yorick inscribed the words, "Dream big, on the bottom of Zevran's statue. And he gently places it into the water and lets go. And then before he's over, Yorick leans in. Also, I did use that wish spell on you, so you kind of owe me a favor. Like, I didn't want to bring that up, but you do owe me one, so if you could come back so we could square up, that'd be good.
Yorick, in the spirit of the last comment you'd made, while I feel like
that's the one that counts.
Well, I feel like all of it was very persuasive.
Okay.
I would like you to make an intimidation check.
Oh, okay.
As you encourage him of what he is to miss out on should he not return.
Just a straight intimidation check?
You can add a D4 to it.
All right. Pardon me for a second.
Listen, how did me and Ryan both roll nat ones on our first rolls for this?
Ryan, take my point of inspiration.
Thank goodness.
Got it this session, given it this session. You did it for me last weekend. Giving it back.
The gods truly want to
They
keep
said
this one.
no.
And I'm just like, we're not going to fucking let them. Oh my Christ.
Your D4?
D4? Add that D4.
And someone else roll it.
I got you, bud.
I'm sorry, that's not funny, but...
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I want to kill myself in game,
Four,
but it's
baby.
pretty funny.
4!
15!
I know going tongue-in-cheek was the wrong way to go about this. Why'd I do that?
It's okay.
So-
I'm hyped for my nat 1 as well, guys. So
I
don't
swear to
you
God,
worry.
if everybody gets an at one.
I haven't rolled above a 5 in like the last 4 sessions.
Lila's been rolling shit too, so let's just keep it going.
So,
Depression. Sorry.
Yorick, you set the statue into the water and whisper those final few words. And at first, there is a coldness in the water as you just pull your hand out of it, as the statue begins to sink. But then there is this light that begins to emanate from it. More than just words whispered into a lake. You feel Lila's presence behind you, her indomitable hope in most scenarios. And as you look to the statue slowly sinking, you close your eyes and whisper one small, infinitely small one more wish, hoping that there's some vestige left within you. And with that, as the statue sinks, you can see those vines that had gripped onto Zevran. They lift him further and further. As the statue makes contact with him, you can see his form begin to solidify. He's now maybe a foot away from the surface. And your contribution was successful.
Yay.
And with that, Varnast will look to you, Lila, and say,
Lila, it is your turn now.
Yeah.
Whatever you're going to do, step forth onto the water. After you complete your offering, reach for him and try to pull him through.
Okay. And I know in the past, in the rain, Lila's been the girl that has the umbrella. Like, that's something I've said going forward, but she is, like, not doing that. She is soaked. Her hair's a mess. So as it's raining, she will pull out Zevran's spell book and start to walk on the water. And as she flips through the pages, she'll go to the one where she finished his spell for her. and as she casts it, it's going to just kind of emanate from the book. These constellations start to swirl around her, almost creating like a planetarium style kind of thing, but it's what is that, like incorporeal a little bit, where it surrounds everybody. The rain is still falling, and it's just a map of the astral sea swirling around everybody. And she'll just keep flipping through his book as she gets closer to the center, looking at like everything she'd written in the margins for him and stuff, till she gets to the very last page that says, "I love you." And then as I think she gets to the center and sees Zevran's form, she would just like kneel down into the water and then say, "I love you, Zevran. I love the brave soul you are, the selfless man that maybe hasn't been so sure of himself, but you have shown me so many reasons to prove your view of yourself wrong. You have risked your life for me, my sister, my best friends, and was even willing to let me go, to follow my dreams. I've never had someone support me in that way, and I know how much it hurt you to know we may not be together, because I felt it too. And I feel terrible because now I realize that I should have pushed back and demanded you come with me if you wanted to, because imagining with life without you feels hollow. So please come back. There are no gods left that can tell me no. I want to rewrite the stars with you. We will fix the astral sea together. Please come back." And then I think she will like kind of hold the book closer to her chest again, and then set it down on top of the water and then reach down in there for him, like Varna said to do.
Considering your offering and your relationship with Zevran, I will have you make a religion check. With
That was gonna be Archon.
With advantage.
Cool. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Oh fucking hell, that was a nat 20 for like 2 seconds. A 3.
16. Okay. Lila,
I got nothing to give you, or I would. I'm sorry.
It's fine. 16 should be.
as you close the spell book and the stars sink into the water, you can see within that pond itself the most beautiful constellations begin to form. Echoes of the astral sea themselves, they push together towards him. The stars themselves, the heroes of ages past, help lift him out of the water. As you can see, he's right at the edge. As your offering was successful, all you need to do now is reach for him and pull him out.
Yeah, she'll reach her hand down.
Right? You reach your hand down. That is 3 successes. So, on my d20, I need to roll above a certain number. Lila, you reach your hand down and grab onto his hand, and you can feel it. You can feel him there, physically, solidly. You reach your other hand down and grab the other one, and you begin to pull. You can feel resistance. Something is clinging onto him. Something is restraining him. You pull as hard as you can. And you feel this strange
sensation. Like when you are twisting a jar, and you can feel it just beginning to move, but all it takes is that one little push. That's all it needs. So you lean back, and you pull as hard as you can. And you see Severin is pulled towards you. You feel this snap as he's pulled from that ethereal realm physically to the material. His body restored, and as the two of you fall over into the edge of the water, you can see he lays on his back, hair messed across his face, water dripping over it. As you wipe the hair away from his face, you see his eyes slowly begin to open.
I told you I'd figure it out.
I never doubted you.
I know.
And with that, as the ritual is a success, the rain begins to fade. The water begins to drain from this area, and Lila Zevran hugs you.
Yeah.
So tight.
Oh, yeah. We stay in there for a minute.
And you feel at peace. You feel this closeness as you pulled him back to this world. However, as Zevran is returned to you, the two of you share this pure moment together. As the water begins to flood from the area, all of you can see Varnast sort of keel over for a moment from casting the spell, gripping onto his chest and his hands and his head where the magic was channeling from. Lila, you feel something within you snap and break as well. Yorick, you feel it as well, something snap and break. You see Varnast look up to the sky.
I knew it. I knew something was going to happen like this.
What happened?
I've only felt this once before. When we were in Afera, fighting against Korvac, there was something with the magic of that tree. It stopped my ability to resurrect. I couldn't do it. I couldn't call upon the magic. I couldn't. It came back to me, but I don't think it's coming back this time. The gods are dead. Divinity is gone from this world. I hope in whatever final strike the shadow has against this realm, we're ready for it. Because I fear that there's no coming back anymore. Whatever happens next is our only chance. I'm sorry that this had to happen. I need to return to the Wardens. I need to tell them of this. And I need to send word to the Wanderers as well. I'm very happy that you are reunited. But there is still one battle left ahead of us. I can feel it. Farewell, Forerunners.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry forgot to say that.
It's all right. You're welcome. And you can see he looks to all of you one last nod, and he'll raise his hand up, and there's this bolt of lightning that strikes down towards him. And where once Varnas stood, now just scorched earth where the bolt hit.
God, that guy's cool.
And as the last vestiges of divinity are used up, until the gods return, there's no coming back anymore. So that means from this point on, no revivify, no raise dead, no greater restoration, no wish even.
No greater restoration.
Yeah, what's wrong with greater restoration?
Sorry, the other one, the one he literally just a true resurrection.
Okay. What about regenerate? Sorry, not to get. You're trying to be
Nothing.
cool. I'm sorry.
Nothing works. If you reach 0 and fail 3 death saving throws, you are dead. Your character cannot come back.
Well,
If they
regenerate's
die,
not-
they are
yeah.
dead. Reincarnate, doesn't matter. They're dead.
Yeah.
If in every single one of those spells, the soul has to be willing to come back to the body, and there is no willing soul. It is devoured by the void that exists outside of your realm.
Understood.
So with that, you have 2 years of downtime to prepare for whatever this retaliation, whatever this final battle is. And I hope that you are prepared enough. Because there's no coming back. And with that, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Thank you, Verby, for the gifted sub. That was very kind of you. And very excited to see everybody in the next one. Next Tuesday, Salamander Coast. Wednesday, Tales of Everin. And next Saturday, I think. Yeah, next Saturday, Isles of Iverion. We'll see you then. Where's the outro screen? There it is.